Okay. 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 Let me turn this down. All right. So I'm probably a little early or maybe a little late. I'm not sure. I know I was supposed to come and do this live yesterday, but I had some pressing thing that I needed to work on, and I just wanted to make sure that I had it done and prepared, before the deadline, right? And in the meantime, I see there was a whole lot of things going on. Like, y'all know I'm in New York City, so the Supreme Court in this district, in this region, had they had overturned the gun laws in New York. And what that was is that okay, so basically, hey there, strong and humble. Glad you're here. So basically, the gun laws in New York, that is that was okay. So let me just make it easy to understand because it's not really that complicated, but it is, right? So basically, the only people that could have a gun in New York, like legally, if like a permit to carry, besides police and armed security guards, are business owners. So if you own a business, any kind of business, whether it's a retail store or any kind of business, a law firm, whatever, you can get a license, not a concealed license, but you get like a premise license to carry, meaning that you can carry a small handgun and have it on the premises of your business, right? So you can have it in the desk of your drawer of your law firm, et cetera, right? So now the difference was the concealed weapon carry. With that, what happened was no one can really get one of those in New York because the law stated before it was overturned, the law stated that you had to prove that some real bullshit about you had to prove that your life was in danger, in order to be approved for a concealed uh weapon, meaning that you can carry it, you know, in a holster on or in your purse or in your bra strap or in the side of your belt or whatever. You can conceal it. Conceal means that no one knows that you're walking around with it. That's what that is. Okay. So with that, New York state law made that difficult because they were saying that you had to prove that your life was in danger before they give you a license to hide a gun on your person and just walk around in public with it, right? And or even in your vehicle, because that was still it's still concealed. If you had a gun in your glove compartment or something like that, it's still a concealed weapon. So they overturned that, and everybody is in an uproar about it. We have a black male, we have a black female police commissioner now. It's a black female. Um, a black female is our district attorney, the state attorney of New York. Um, we have black females that are like city councils, in the Bronx. Um, and a lot of black females that are elected in office um here in New York City, and the crime rate hasn't gotten any better, especially for so-called black women. It hasn't gotten any better. um it's just a mess, and they're pretty much crying about how, because they're crying. Well, okay. So when that happened, when the laws was overturned, right, with the gun law, there were news reporters that were outside asking people, well, what do you think about the gun laws? Now, mind you, they didn't ask any quote unquote person of color or any quote unquote BIPOC person, or anything like that. They didn't ask anybody like that. The people they asked were non-black, okay? So these people were like, yeah, I think it's a good thing. I'm on my way to go get my license to, conceal and carry. I think it's a good thing, and now it'll give the criminals a they'll have second thoughts before, they think they can just come, carry a gun in the street and conceal it unlawfully while they're a criminal and commit an act of crime, right? Basically, that's what these people were saying. Now, mind you, they didn't ask anybody, who looked like me or even close to me or maybe could be a little bit ambiguous, right? They didn't ask nobody those questions that look like me, right? So, and then the governor of our state, since that the dude from Buffalo, that young man from Buffalo who did the white supremacist thing and drove 200 miles, to go kill some black women in the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Um, because of that law, the only thing that the state changed with that is that no one under 18 can own any weapons. I don't even think they put a restriction on the kind of weapons anybody can own. The only thing that changed is that no one under, no, not under 18, I'm sorry, no one under 21 can own any weapons, right? So that doesn't really, because that doesn't, like, I think that's just to like usual, they just do things to appease Negroes, you know what I'm saying? So instead of saying, like, this was an act of white supremacy and we're gonna compensate for you. Instead of saying that, they're saying, well, okay, no one under 21 can own a gun. Like, does that really matter? Everyone have guns, is what I'm saying. Whether they, everyone has guns. So, and even if, especially with white people in this country, like they got a whole fucking arsenal and shit, like in they fucking garage and shit. Like, I'm just saying, even if the person can't own a gun until they're 21, does it really matter? They're still getting lessons on how to use it because their parents have these guns. But all of that was just to appease the crying Negroes and stuff like that, to make them shut up and like give them a little biscuit without any butter on it, and they'll be happy to eat that. So the mayor is like, well, hey, let's get into it. Glad you here. Well, I hope you that's okay. As long as you can catch up on them, that's good. Just, because I'm just continuing with what I left off with in the last one, Juneteenth, But our mayor and our police commissioner, who is a black woman, the police commissioner is a black woman. Now they had the nerve to come out talking about, well, just because the gun law changed, it doesn't mean anything. We're still going to prosecute and jail anybody who's walking around here who doesn't have a license to carry a gun. And also, just because the law changed doesn't mean if you already have a premise permit, which means that you can have a gun, a firearm on the premise of your legal business, right? Doesn't mean that you can walk outside with it. We're gonna We're not going to let New York become the Wild Wild West. Well, newsflash, it's already the Wild Wild West. I mean, you got police officers out here being attacked. Like, for real, for real. One just happened the other day on the subway. A police officer was attacked on the damn subway. And this is because the same freaking mayor who used to be a police officer himself, right? But the same freaking mayor, boy, I tell you, it's like I said long in one of my other damn videos. When you have a black mayor in your city, you know shit is like, if it was already down, you can expect it to be below the fucking sewer, okay? And I expect nothing less for this city that I live in, okay? I expect nothing less with a black mayor. You understand what I'm saying? De Blasio, who was before him, he already brought it down, and I suspect that's because he's not really Italian. I didn't find out until he was leaving office that the dude is really a Jew, and I know that our new mayor, the Jews put him into office. That's how he got into office. The Jews put him in there. Them and the other black people that you just put a black face in the office and they're happy with it. You know what I'm saying? Just like I don't understand these so-called black women on me. Yeah, we got a black woman in here. Well, that don't mean shit, because this bitch that's fucking state attorney for New York, she's not doing shit. She is not doing anything except for trying to get Donald Trump on his taxes. This bitch still trying to do this. Donald Trump been out of office for, I don't know, 2 years now. This bitch still trying to fucking catch him on some fraud or whatever. You got people out here, children out here dying, people out here running around here. You know what? This bitch even okayed letting all the criminals out of jail in Rikers Island and not giving these fucking savage ass beasts any bail. This black bitch okayed that shit. Yeah, I fucking said it. So just because the bitch is black and she in fucking office don't mean that she fucking good for you. Cause I'm gonna say, just like my favorite author, who's an American descendant of slavery. I got a lot of favorite authors because I read a lot. And a lot of my authors that are favorite to me are from all over the world. Okay. But one of my favorite authors, who's American descendant of slavery, like she said, not all kinfolk is my not all skin folk is my kinfolk. Zora Neale Hurston said that. So whenever you opening up your mouth to repeat that shit, like I hear y'all fucking saying all the time, you remember that came from Zora Neale Hurston, okay? An American descendant of slavery, all right? But anyway, not all skin folk is my fucking kinfolk. And I'm so sick of these black women excellence creatures and shit. Oh yeah, it's black women over here in office. Well, like they did with that chick that Biden picked. I don't know what he was picking up for, Supreme Court justice or whatever. This fucking bitch married to a white dude. They was just so happy because he probably not even white. Like I said, he probably a Jewish, because white people ain't gonna fuck with y'all like that. Only for sex for $20. That's it. They not fucking with y'all like that. Only people that will marry you, black women, so-called black women, are them Jewish people. And Jewish people don't consider themselves white. They don't fucking consider themselves white. And they're gonna just let you believe that they're white, but they fucking Jew. Because I'm telling you, these white Americans, I'm not talking about Europeans, because Europeans don't consider themselves white, not unless they come over here for business and real estate purposes and check the white box. But that's the only time. But they consider themselves European. I think I said that shit already. Yeah, she is absolutely one of my favorite authors, Zora Neale Hurston. And she had a hard time back in her day. You know what I'm saying? She had a hard time. Nobody liked her. Nobody liked her back then. And I'm specifically talking about black men. They didn't like her. But I aspire to be just like her. I want to probably not have 3 husbands, because she had 3 husbands. I just want to die a widow. Okay. That's my goal in life right now. If I die a widow, I'll be good. You know what I'm saying? But boy, I tell you. Boy, I tell you, but yeah, just because she got a fucking black face on her, like the fucking one that Biden was picking, and these fucking black women, excellence creatures was out. Yeah, put her up there. Put this bitch fucking she let go of a pedo sadist, which I call pedophiles. I call them pedo sadists because these motherfuckers, anybody who will fuck a child is sadistic as fuck. That and that's yeah, she was very cold. She was. Anybody who will fuck a child is sadistic as fuck. And I don't care who don't like what the fuck I said. I don't care. So they're pedo sadists to me. Okay, not pedophiles, pedo sadists. But she let a damn pedo sadist go. I think this dude got like 3 months probation or some shit. Like she let this fucking dude go. Basically, she let a pedicators go when all of y'all are over here talking about how these well, you know, this goes for all men, not just G Floyds, not just black males, but all men across the world like to fuck little girls, and some even like to fuck little boys. I'm just saying. And she let a pedicators go. She let one go. And y'all was rooting for this person when you already know that black women, well, you probably didn't know this, but I told you, black women are the most sexualized creatures on this fucking planet. They're sexualized in the womb. And by the time they come out the womb, everybody feel like she's seasoned enough to fuck. That's why you got motherfuckers going around calling little 2-year-old toddlers fast. Oh, she fast. She a fast ass. A 2-year-old fucking toddler still in motherfucking Pampers. Okay? She was sexualized. So, you know, like, boy, I tell you, look, y'all was rooting for this woman, so now she one of them, right? Just because she was married to a white man, I don't know why that was, you know, such a big deal. He's not white, he's a Jew. You know what I'm saying? He's not white, because white men ain't gonna fuck with y'all like that unless, you know, I already told y'all. Even Dr. Frances Cress Wilson said the fucking same thing. She said that shit because white people confided in her about their little secrets, about their little occult, about their fucking code. Ain't no way in hell some white man gonna take you around his family like that. Business trips, business partners. You know, he can't do that because he'll be breaking code. He'll be breaking code. Ain't no white man gonna do that shit. And it's like my friend told me, you know, a white dude that he acquainted with, and I had to ask, well, is he a wigger? He was like, nah, he ain't a wigger. He ain't a wigger. But a white dude he acquainted with fucked some black girl for $20. He gets sex from her for $20 fucking dollars. Okay? Fucking $20. Yeah, I'm fucking slut shaming now. I'm fucking slut shaming. I don't give a fuck who don't like that shit. But he fucking this bitch for $20. White dude. Not a Jewish dude. And he from the fucking he from the South. Or the Midwest, rather. This dude from the Midwest. White dude. And Dr. Frances Cress Wilson said that for them it's a ritual. See, y'all want to fucking laugh at that, think that shit is funny, think that shit ain't real, but these people are using their own fucking science, your own sciences against you. They using your own fucking sciences against you. You think that shit is funny? They fucking you as a fucking ritual. They fucking you to get initiated. Like Dr. Frances Cress Wilson said, when a white man sticks his penis into some black vagina, it's a ritual initiation for them. They a man at that point. They a whole full-grown man at that point in terms of their ritualistic ways of sticking their penis in black vagina. They don't want you like that. And I'm telling you, Just because somebody fucking desire you, it don't mean that they fucking value you. It don't mean that they fucking value you if they might desire you. So please stop with all of that shit, you know. And then I don't understand how it's like it's the same thing like what's his name? Oh yeah, there was another black woman too who was in some type of public office who hired a fucking black dude who was a fucking sex offender. She hired this dude to be a home inspector where he got to go in people's homes. Boy, I tell you, but y'all just because she a black face on it. There's plenty of black women here in fucking New York City that ain't about shit because this city is boy, I tell you, this city is gone. It's to the dogs. It is gone. They were all okay with not giving these fucking criminals no bail. Like they don't even take them to the jail no more. They fucking might take them to the fucking police station and write them a fucking desk ticket to appear in court. They don't even fucking get bail anymore. And they out here doing, you know, horrendous shit. Like I said, a police officer was just fucking attacked on the subway. And that's because of our black male who thought it was a bright fucking idea just not to let police patrol in pairs anymore. This nigga like, nah, y'all don't need to be in pairs. Just one person at a time. Just one person at a time. Hey, Healing Arts. Glad you here. You know, he like just one person at a time. And right after that shit happened, two police officers got attacked while patrolling one at a time because this nigga mayor was like, yeah, you know, just one. And so now the nigga mayor is like, well, maybe I made a mistake. You know, okay, we'll put two at a time, and now we're gonna put some cameras in the subway cars. So they're gonna put hidden camera in the subway cars. And basically, when the news reporter showed this, because this was just yesterday or the day before, when the news reporter showed this, he was basically saying, you should have seen this, boy, I tell you, because it was the way he reported it. He was like, you know, the subway is dangerous, and usually people will carry mace or don't even make eye contact. Now, when he said this portion, he wasn't showing no black people, black women, black men, nobody. He was showing other people that were non-black, okay? He was showing other people that were non-black when he said this. And then he goes, but this woman here prays. Oh my God. Why that bitch had to be fucking black? Why she had to be a fucking Negro? And the Negro female was like, yeah, I just pray when I get on the train and go over here to work. And then I just pray when I get on the train and come back from work. And then he was like, yeah, she prays. And she prays that she don't get attacked again. So I'm like, this bitch already been attacked and this bitch resorts to fucking praying, right? Boy, I tell you. And so now the mayor says that he's only doing this to make people feel better. Fuck a feel better. Y'all better fucking defend y'all goddamn self. Don't wait for something to fucking happen, because I'm going to tell you, police ain't really there to protect you. I have people in my family who are police officers. Police officers are not there to protect you. They are there to catch the fucking criminal, and you just got to hope that you can get justice. Because they catch the criminal, they catch the evidence, and then it's up to the district attorney to prosecute with all the evidence and everything and to put that person behind bars. They're not there to protect you, to save your life like that. Like to block a bullet or to block a fucking knife, you know, standing between you and a bullet and standing between you and a fucking knife or a machete. I'm just telling you. You better fucking protect yourself and don't wait for no fucking body else to do it. Like this fucking Negro bitch was like, yeah, I just got so mad when I saw that shit. I'm like, this fucking bitch. And of course he had to show a fucking Negro. Talking about, I just pray. The fuck? Like, really? And everybody else he showed who was non-black, he was like, yeah, these motherfuckers over here, they carry mace, they carry this, they don't make no eye contact, they ready for whatever. But this Negro over here, she prays. Oh my God. Man, I tell you, y'all better fucking protect yourself and don't be fucking sleeping on these motherfuckers out here. You come out here, you watch your front, back, and side. You got to be careful when you out here walking. You got to even be careful when you in your motherfucking car. So it don't matter. Walking in your car, it don't matter. You better fucking stay alert. And like I said before, look, I bought body cams and Kevlar vest. A Kevlar vest, in case you don't know, is a motherfucking bulletproof vest. Okay, I bought that shit 5 years ago for my family. I'm not fucking playing. I'm not fucking playing. Kevlar vest and motherfucking body cams. Cause like I said, you know, if I'm out here in these streets and if I gotta fucking take somebody out, you know, because I'm the mother of humanity. I'm not gonna get off for self-defense, you know, cause of what I look like. You know, the worst I would get is probably manslaughter, maybe 2 years. And I'll take the fucking charge to save my motherfucking life. You understand what I'm saying? I'll do that shit. Boy, I tell you, I will do it. I won't hesitate. I won't hesitate. And that's why I got the body cams. So just in case I had to act like that, like a fucking beast, at least I would have it on camera that I was doing this to protect myself. You know, and then maybe I could get off for self-defense and not manslaughter. But if you don't got that camera, you're definitely going to get something like manslaughter. They're not going to give you like self-defense. Like they threw that black woman in Florida in jail for just standing on her fucking ground. That bitch just shot up in the fucking air. Pow, 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 in the fucking air because her fucking abusive husband was coming to kill her ass. And they threw that bitch in jail. Okay? They threw her in jail. Boy, I tell you, you better fucking protect yourself. Don't be fucking out here. Yeah, pray that a motherfucker don't have to be taken out. That's what the fuck you pray for. Pray that a motherfucker don't have to be taken out because they fucking with you. That's what the fuck you pray for. Okay? If you gonna fucking pray for that motherfucker. That you don't gotta fucking take a motherfucker out. That a motherfucker don't come fucking with you. That's what the fuck you pray for. Boy, I tell you. But anyway, with the gun laws in New York, they had to do that because of the Second Amendment. It's in the Constitution. You cannot take a person's right to bear arms. You can't do that. You can't do that. What New York did was unconstitutional. It was unconstitutional what they did. And that's another thing I wanted to get on with you know, and I'm just sick of these people, whether they gay or not, you know, just constantly talking about, like, if you got a white husband, like whether you gay or straight, whether you a male or female, right? And you a Negro and you got a white husband, please just go and live your best life with your white husband. Like for real. Like why you concerned with anything that, like, you left? Why you concerned with anything that goes on in the so-called black community? Because a lot of motherfuckers in the black community are being sacrificed. And they're going to be sacrificed because a lot of motherfuckers in the black community are just the sacrificial goats, right? The sacrificial kids. Because like I said, over here we sacrifice. That's ghosts are a fucking traditional ancient being to be sacrificed in ancient times. You understand what I'm saying? That was the traditional being that was used for sacrificial rites and sacrificial purposes. Goats and their kids, because a kid is a baby goat. That's why I will never call my children no kid. Okay. But you got a lot of kids, and a lot of the ones that gave birth to them, whether they carried them for 9 months or shot the sperm up in there. You understand what I'm saying? All of them being sacrificed. All of them being sacrificed. And that's going to keep happening until enough people um, decide to pick their self-respect up off the ground and put it in their back pocket and keep it there. Not let it fall out no more. Hold on to that shit real tight. Real talk. Real talk. So like for people like what's his name? The gay dude, Billy Porter, you know, with his white husband who always complaining about the black community, don't accept him because he gay. Like, dude, please go with your white husband and live your best life and stop worrying about the black community, so called. You ain't no damn James Baldwin. Go somewhere. Go somewhere. You ain't no James Baldwin. And then that's another thing too. He married to a white person. And that white person ain't got no money. Then that white person waited for Billy Porter to get a little bit more money just to fucking marry him. That's another thing too that I wanted to talk about, because it don't really be proportionate when white dudes marry white women. Usually the white dudes when black dudes marry white women, usually the black dudes have, you know, a little bit of pocket change. I ain't really gonna say because, you know, anything less than $50 million these days is not really no money, right? 100 million, you might be borderline. People might be coming to you, banks and stuff, to make investments. You know, that's like borderline wealth. You know, I'm talking about in these times in the 21st century. Anything below $50 million, like you it's just pocket change, like for real. You just scrambling. So anyway, they marrying these white women with their little pocket change, right? And okay, that's fine. And yeah, the white women, they don't have any money, right? But they marrying these dudes for their little pocket change. They know they have these babies. They get divorced or die a widow. You understand what I'm saying? That money goes back into their community, right? That's how they can get back into the good gracious of their community. Because remember, I told you, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, she spoke to a lot of white people, and they confided in her. And like, once you break that code, then you're like shunned, right? But if if the dude got some money, then they'll let you in, but only like how you he has to be dead in order for you to be way up in there, okay? Like, she's only gonna scratch the surface, married to this black dude. She's only gonna scratch the surface, right? But once he's dead and left all of his money to her, because that's where it gotta go, because she's the wife. It goes to the wife first, not the children, okay? It goes to the wife first, right? And she gets to go back into the community with her new money. You get what I'm saying? But when you have it vice versa, I've noticed that when black women are married to white men, it's usually the black women who are all business owners, got all of this, and it's the white men. Like I told y'all, they Jewish, they're not really white, but okay. They don't have any money. They don't have any money. They don't. It's usually the black women that's pulling all the weight. And I've noticed that. I've noticed that with what's her name, who married um the what's that dude, the Jewish dude, the one who does Star Wars, Lucas, I think, right? I think George Lucas, I think that's his name, and he married Melanie somebody. Like, you know, she educated and everything, but check this out, she worked for one of his companies. She worked for one of his companies. So I'm thinking that might be a little um that might be a little different, you know what I'm saying? But for the most part, she worked for his company. She had her own investment. She was a high executive, right? So she probably put a little bit of money on the stash, but even her little bit of pocket change don't add up to his. You understand what I'm saying? But then again, he's Jewish. You see what I'm saying? But with the other like this lady that she was being harassed on TikTok by a white woman. And that's another thing. Y'all need to stop being triggered by these white women. I done already told y'all what was up with that, but y'all really need to stop being triggered by these white women like that. Like for real, because then y'all just sound like these black dudes. Y'all sound just like them. But she was being harassed on TikTok by some white chick. The white chick was saying that, oh, you just a gold digger, this and that, this and that. But the husband doesn't have money like that. It's the black chick that got all the money. You know what I'm saying? She owns several businesses, this and that. Then I remember years ago, it was that model chick who killed herself in Manhattan. She I think she killed her and her biracial baby. She was in that hotel, jumped off the damn out the damn window in the hotel. Her husband was white. She I think they was in a custody battle, but anyway, she had more money than him. Then there was another black chick. She was into the hair care business. She had hair care products, I think, in Walmart and stuff like that, in beauty supply stores. Her husband killed her. You know, he was broke. He was white. He was broke. All of these white dudes are broke when they marrying these black women. You know what I'm saying? But and that's another thing I noticed too. Like black women are triggered, you know, when Becky or Karen come out and got an opinion. Like for real. Like, you know, I done already told y'all most of the slaveholders in America were white women. Okay. And the Jews were involved too. Okay. When they was kicked out of Spain. I said that already. They were involved too. All the Jews were kicked out of Spain. They had to rebuild their wealth because all of their wealth was left in Spain. And they just recently got reparations from that, like 20 years ago. And this happened like in 1492. Okay. And they just recently got reparations for that. Okay. And they only got reparations for that recently because Spain overturned that decree from 1492. You know, they just overturned it. They wrote a decree in 1492. Then I think in 1984, some shit like that, they overturned that shit. And that's even America paid Jews reparations for that crime that had nothing to do with them. Like they came over here and got them some slaves and got rich off the cotton and the cotton gin. You know what I'm saying? But all of them was involved. And white women was the majority of the slaveholders in this country. So of course she don't like you. I mean, she was mad when her husband was, you know, was R-wording you, right? I'm sure that wasn't consensual. I don't care what anybody say. That was not fucking consensual. But you know what? It wasn't her body and it wasn't her choice because she was property. Mammy was property. Okay? Mammy was property. Mammy was property, and so were you property. Okay? Before I tell you, I told you about Athena. Listen, in the last video when I was speaking about Medusa and who Medusa really is. Medusa is really African, you know, and the whole purpose was she worshipped Athena. She worshipped her white goddess, like you have plenty of black women doing that today, right? Because like I said in one of my other videos, I think it was in the Kevin Samuels video, like white people are like your gods, like for real, for real. They are your gods, okay? They are your gods. They are your gods. So yeah, you know, the African girl was in the Athena temple, worshiping the white woman, worshiping her, worshiping her, worshiping her. Even though at that time she was the standard of beauty and the standard of womanhood. She went and worshiped the white woman like they doing today, right? And then the white woman's husband came in the temple, in the church to R-word her. And the white woman got jealous. She didn't get mad at her husband for raping this woman. She got fucking jealous and she turned her, thank you, into it. Thank you. Metutsa. Thank you. She was African. She got jealous. This white woman got jealous. Instead of getting mad at her husband for committing this heinous fucking act, she got jealous at the African woman and cursed her. And the whole point of the curse was that she would no longer be desirable to any man who look upon her, because the African, the mother of humanity, was the most like she was the standard of beauty. She was the standard of beauty. She was the standard of womanhood. She was the standard of desire. And all men of all fucking cultures, I don't want to say race because I told y'all race is not real. It's a curse word. Race is an action word. Okay? It's not a fucking noun. But men, regardless of their level of melanin, okay, of all cultures, desired the mother of humanity. And it was a privilege, like I said before, it was a privilege to procreate with her. It was a privilege, okay? Oh, okay. Yes, okay, thanks. You read that book? Okay. It's been like 12 years since I've read that. So yeah, I would have to like reread that. Yeah, Suzar. I think I put her in there before. Suzar. Yeah, I still have that link. But yeah, she was black, and she was the that fall in European history, that was just a how you say, what's the word I'm looking for, like a metaphor for what was really happening, like taking the mother of humanity off of her throne and the white woman having to do it. So even in slavery in this country, these women did not lie down with none of these men, except for the one that they loved. They didn't lie down with any of these men, whether they were black or white, consensually. Most of it was rape. And the white woman knew this. And instead of being angry and upset with her husband, she was angry and upset with the mammy, right? So she was so angry and upset with the mammy. The children of the mammy was like whipped to death and killed, murdered, right? Okay, I'll put a notification. I'll definitely be there to listen. Put a notification on that. I'll definitely do that. So they were whipped to death. The children of the mammies who were raped by the white woman's husband in slavery time were most of the time whipped to death because of the jealousy and rage of the white women. And this is where you got the story of Athena and Medusa. Okay? As Intuit says, that came from Suzar, blacked out through whitewash. Okay? So this is where you get that whole concept. So like y'all need to stop being triggered by these Karens. Like who gives a fuck? Like who gives a fuck what these Karens think? Because the only thing that they're doing is they're just showing you that they know that you are the original standard of beauty and the original standard of womanhood, and they aspire to be like that. But of course they're jealous if their men desire you. And like I said, just because somebody desires you does not mean that they value you. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll stick their white penis in your black vagina and give you $20 and call it a day. And then they'll go back around they boys and be like, yeah, I had me some black vagina. I'm a man now. Just like Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said. Just like she said. Just like she said. As a matter of fact, Intuit, put your channel in the chat. Put the link to your channel in the chat. So, like, stop being triggered by these white women. Stop, because then y'all get triggered by these white women, and then y'all do the same thing that these Negro males do. Y'all be like, oh, what? I mean, look, these people ain't playing the dozens with you. For y'all who don't know who the dozens is, you know, if you ain't as old as I am, you understand what I'm saying? They're not going back and forth with you on the insults. They not playing those fucking games. Like, grow the fuck up. Stop being so fucking emotional. Grow the fuck up. They're not playing them games with you. They are really not playing them games with you. You know what I'm saying? Because you going back and forth, like, I don't see what the difference is with the Negro males going back and forth with so-called black women. I don't see or going back, or, well, white men are not going to go back and forth with Negro males. They're not going to do that. But, you know, when the Negro males try to go back and forth with them, oh, you a cave beast. Oh, you were this. Oh, you were a Neanderthal. Oh, you a cave beast. And, oh my gosh, boy, I tell you. Like, that's what you Negro females sound like. You sound just like them Negro dudes. Like, for real, for real. Boy, I tell you, like, stop it. Because them people ain't playing with y'all like that. And that shit looks so fucking childish and so fucking emotional. Like, it just looked like y'all in high school, and then y'all just proving these people point. Like, y'all IQ level genetically is just down there. Like, for real, for real. Boy, I tell you. Like, your IQ level is down there. Stop going back and forth with them people. Stop it. Because it don't even look good. It really don't even look good. And nobody is going to come and defend a black woman who's married to, quote unquote, a white man. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's coming to defend her. Nobody is coming to defend her. Not even other black women who are married to white men. Nobody is coming to defend her when a white woman comes out and wants to lash out at her. Nobody is coming to her rescue. Okay? When a white woman want to come out and feel like she want to call her all kinds of N-word and gold digger and gold snatcher and stuff like that, or you fetishizing your biracial kids because, you know, they're probably as dumb as you. Nobody is coming to defend that black woman, not even other black women who are married to white men. Nobody's coming to defend her. Like, she's on her own. Like, she's on her own. And then again, like, stop it. Stop going back and forth with these people. Like, stop going back and forth with them. Because it really, like, y'all look like y'all in high school. I don't know. Maybe I'm saying that because I'm fucking 54 years old now. I don't know. And it just looks, but I don't ever recall myself doing no shit like that. Like, I don't even do that. I don't even do that. Like, if we not, like, physically throwing down, don't bother me. Don't even, because, you know, back in the day, I would fight. And I like to fight. I'm not the one to be standing there talking all of that shit. I'm not the one for it. Because while you fucking standing there talking all that shit, it's going to be 2 fucking hits. Me hitting you and you hitting the fucking floor. That's it. That's it. I'm not going to say shit. I'm not gonna do the back and forth with you. I'm not gonna do that. I don't fucking do that. Y'all stop it. Cause it looks bad. It looks really fucking, and it looks like it. There we go. It looks like your self-esteem is on the ground. Your self-respect is on the ground. Like, have some respect. You know, you married to that white dude. You know, go live your best life. Go live your best life. For one, I don't know. I think they be fetishizing these biracial children. I really, really do. I really, really think they be fetishizing them. For one thing, I wouldn't put my children, and they grown now, and I still won't do it, but I would never put any pictures of them. Maybe it's because I'm fucking 54 years old. I don't know. But I wouldn't put no pictures of my children on fucking social media, because you know, I know it's a lot of fucking sick people out there. I know it's a lot of fucking sick people out there that do sick shit. I don't want no fucking body jerking off to my baby's pictures and having orgasm all over their fucking face on the screen and shit. I don't want that shit. So I don't, and my listen, we fully Negro over here. There's no ambiguity about us at all. Okay. So I mean, I wouldn't put their pictures on the internet like that. I just won't do that. Because you can do a lot of shit with people pictures. Okay. Yes, I know that. You can do a lot of shit with people pictures. Okay. And I'm just not here for all of that shit. I'm just not here for it. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't even be putting your children's pictures on social media. But then, you know, they have those biracial babies and they be fetishizing them and then plastering them all over fucking social media. I think you got a couple of people on YouTube that do that. You know, there are a couple of interracial couples, and you know, they I don't know, but I think that's pedostatism heaven for them. For them people like that, that's a heaven for them, boy. I tell you, I would never do it. Yeah, into it. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's some sick fucking people out here. And they be looking for children and kidnapping all times of shit. Let me tell you something. The fucking the child trafficking ring, I think ABC did a report about that like maybe 7, 8, 9 years ago. And even they came out and said that sex and child trafficking makes more money than all the legit businesses all over the world put the fuck together. Okay? More than what's his name? Jeff Bezos, the Microsoft dude, and the Apple dude. More than those three businesses put together, and more than all the businesses, including those three businesses, put together. That child, listen, ABC done reported that shit. I think that was like in 2013. I saw that on Hulu, like 2013. Yeah. I was so fucking disgusted with that shit. Yeah, I ain't never put no pictures up of them after that shit. I was like, nope. No, I think I put like one or maybe two pictures long before that, maybe one or two, but it's in my like on my Facebook, and that was like when they were in school or graduating, and it was it's private. So no, and I don't have a lot of people even listen. I got family that I don't even fuck with. So, you know, like fuck a friend. So I don't have like 5,000 people on that Facebook page. On my family page, it's probably like 200. And most of them, I would say 99% of them are family members, you know, and that's private. And everybody got their stuff on private. None of my family members share their stuff public. You know, but yeah, that is true. That is some crazy shit, but that shit is so fucking true. Yup, and have them up like they celebs. They take those pictures, they fucking sell them on the black market, child pornography, and you know you can do some fucking crazy shit with this new technology. Even my youngest son, even showed me you, boy, I tell you, yeah, I don't play that shit. And they be up here fetishizing they little biracial kids all day on the fucking on YouTube, on fucking Twitter. And I love me some Twitter, but yeah, it's not good. It's just not good. And that's not just biracial children, that's any fucking children. Cause these pedostaters don't give a fuck. What the fuck? You know what? Black ones are their favorite ones, but you know, that's another story. It's their favorite ones. You know what I'm saying? Plus, especially if they melanin is popping. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's boy, I tell you. Yeah. So stop putting your children on there and stop fucking being triggered by these white chicks. Stop being triggered. You know, they used to own most of the slaves. Stop being triggered. And all the mammies were raped. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't willingly consenting to I mean, it may have been blackmail, like, you know, you're gonna either lay down or and I'm gonna whip your husband to death. You know, I'm gonna whip your children to death, or you know, they'll get some good food or something like that. But it's still rape, because like I said before, rape is not just a physical thing. It's fucking psychological, it's fucking mental, and it's fucking spiritual. All of that goes with it, you know, with the physical. Yeah, it is. Listen into it. I don't know if you was in the last video, but I shared that fucking book, The Delectable Negro. It She said that she Alexa, she's my favorite fucking psychic. I love that woman. No homo. I love that woman. She is my favorite psychic. Like, she helped me a lot. I had, when I listened to her mother daughter series, that really fucking helped me, because shit, my mother don't like me. You know, she gave me up, and she did some wicked shit, because my father and his mother had to fucking fight New York State court system for me for years before he actually got custody of me, you know. But yeah, my own mother was jealous of me, and that happens. There's a lot of, like, there's one young lady, I feel bad for them, because her mother stabbed her right in the fucking heart. I mean, they be jealous of their own damn daughters. I'm telling you. I know it happened to me, so I know I ain't the only damn one. But the book is called, and I put it in the last show, The Delectable Negro. The Delectable Negro. Oh man, what the hell? I hit the wrong button. Okay, The Delectable Negro, Human Consumption and Homoeroticism Within U.S. Slave Culture. And it goes back to what I was saying before, that like Kevin Samuels was saying, everything he was projecting on. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I still listen to her. I still listen, you know, when it piques my interest with what she's talking about, even though her title is I think be like just a cover for the deep shit that she, you know, spiritual shit that she be, you know, popping. You know, but yeah, I still listen to her. I still listen to her. I do. But yeah, I've been listening to her that long too. She was on I think Maury Povich. I think it was Maury Povich. Hold on 1 minute, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, she's really good. She be on point. She be on point. But yeah, of course, they're a delicacy, black boys. Um, shit. What's his name? Tariq Nasheed. Didn't he make a Hidden Colors video about that shit? Like I said before, that was soft porn. That was soft porn for the white people that he pissed off when they was gonna do some deep web pay-per-view video on him and torture him and cut him up and then snuff him like a snuff film. They was gonna do that on the deep web. And I was saying that he must have pissed them off because all of his supporters, most of his supporters, I highly suspect are white supremacists that like to pulp fiction Negroes in their basement. And listen to the last video I did. And I also clicked like on the button about and put it in my playlist for one of the white manosphere videos about Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peterson being they outing him now as a homosexual, even though I'm pretty sure they already knew it. You got to see it. They outing him now as a homosexual, and it's like I was saying, Kevin Samuels, he was really talking about because black males, Negro males are the face of the LGB. Remember, like if y'all as old as I am, y'all will remember back then it wasn't no TG, it was just LGB, right? Then they crept on, then the T came in, then they crept on some more, then the Q came in. And I think the Q came in when they was fucking arguing about in the American Psychology Association or some shit like the APA, some shit like that. They was arguing about whether or not pedophilia was a class a sexual identity. Okay, they was doing this, and even Sister Myra, she even said that they were going to do this. She predicted that, when Whitney Houston was found in the bathtub. She predicted that then, and I don't think they had the Q on yet. They only had the T. At that point, they had LGBT. They didn't have the Q. And then a little after, they was arguing the APA, the American Psychology Association of Psychology, some shit like that. One of them fucking, boy, I tell you, one of them fucking organizations, they was arguing actually to make pedophilia a sexual identity. That's what they were doing. They was going to put that in the DSM-6 or 5 or 9 or 10, whatever the fuck, the book they use for psychology. They was going to put that in there as a fucking sexual fucking identity. And I'm like, wow, this shit is fucking crazy. But they ended up not doing that. Instead, they put queer. So queer can encompass a whole lot of things, right? Queer can encompass a whole lot of things, including pedophilia. But yeah, it's just so sad. Y'all stop putting y'all children on the internet. It's stop, because you can't erase nothing on the internet. So stop doing it. Stop doing it. But the crazy thing is Kevin Samuel was talking about how black women were hitting the wall by the time they were 25, and that ritualistic ways. He was saying that black women were hitting the wall by the time they were 25. Nobody wanted them after that, and that they were average as best. But what he was really talking about was himself and the people that look like him, because he was a part of the LGBTQ community. There were even people that were coming out on social media saying that he needs to fess up because he was You know what? Into it, I don't really think that it just meant gay, because that word is very broad. Like in legal terms, in legal terms, that word is very broad and can encompass a whole lot of assumptions. You get what I'm saying? So you can assume the person is gay just because they say they're queer. You can assume the person is what they call them, transsexual, transvestite. I don't know. One of those is supposed to be a bad word now, but you can assume that they're a transsexual because they're queer. You can make a lot of assumptions under that word legally, in terms of legality. Okay, I had to change headphones. I had to change headphones. So yeah, so Kevin Samuels is LGBT. There was a lot of people in LGBT on social media, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube, saying that he just needs to come out the closet because they already know who he is. He's one of them. So he was basically talking about himself and the people who look like him, because black males are the face of the LGBTQ. It's, it's black males who are the face of that, not white men. Now, any white men that you might see out there, as much as you see the black males like that, like really showy and stuff, like the black males are, the black male, the Negro males are very showy with their LGBTQ SVUism. You know what I'm saying? They're just really, really out there with it. And if you see any white males that are like that, those are the males that I'm telling you that are imitating the mother of humanity. Because all of the LGBTQ SVU people are imitating the mother of humanity. All of them, except for the women, the lesbians. They call themselves lesbians or whatever. Except for them, they're imitating um they're imitating men in a way, whereas I think to shadow the women. So they're like male identified. They're male identified. They're with all the atrocities of women and stuff. Like they're male identified. They're male identified. Maybe well at least at least the black ones that I've seen, they're male identified. Like the one who runs Black Lives Matter, and the one who painted that ugly picture for that rapper dude with the black woman looking really stereotypical with the big butt, the big lips, and I can't remember, but yeah, they are male identified. Those people are male identified. So, but for the most part, all the males that's in the LGBTQ SVU, they they are imitating the mother of humanity, including the white ones that you see that's flamboyant. That's the term that I was looking for. The ones you see that are flamboyant, they are imitating the mother of humanity. They definitely are. Now you do have white people that are gay, but for the most part, I'm gonna say for the most part they're conservative. You understand what I'm saying? They'll be like, I'm not gonna say they're in the closet, but they're just not gonna they're not gonna come online every day and talk about who they slept with last night. They're just not going to do that, and they're not going to come online and talk about how much they like penis, in their mouth or in their ass or wherever they might like it. They're just not the ones. They're conservative, and usually these conservative people that are gay are ones in power, like elected office, running shit, running your life, telling you what to do, what you can do, and stuff like that, right? Putting you out your home, raising your gas prices, make sure you can't pay for no gas, make sure you ain't getting no more Section 8. and all of that. You know what I'm saying? They're conservative. They're conservative. They're not going to be flamboyant like that and all out in the open. Usually the ones that are like that are usually the ones that these conservative people will consider to be like the lesser of them, you know, in terms of status, right? They would be the lesser. And then some of them are even the children of these powerful conservatives that just decided to go out there in the world and live that flamboyant life. And then when they are out there in the world living that flamboyant life, that's when they're cut off from their community, because they don't mind them being gay. You don't need to be out there on a float, you know, in a parade, you know, with them Negroes talking about, you know, you like booty. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, they running them churches too. They definitely are running them churches. Yeah, they are. They just did a whole case, CBS, of some Southern Baptist organization, and it just wasn't Negro males. It just wasn't Negro males that they caught. You know, well, I tell you, this is crazy. But Kevin Samuels was really talking about people that look like him, because Negro males are the face of the LGBTQ. And like I said, even in the LGBTQ, they are still discriminated against. Just because they like white penis in their booty, it don't mean that, you know, they're gonna get any real special privileges except for getting white penis in their booty. That's the only special privilege that they're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I said, it's like I said, like that book said, the delectable Negro, human consumption and homoeroticism within slave culture. You know, white males, white males like black male booty, and a whole lot of them will not consider themselves gay either. They just like to put their penis in uh black male booty, you know. And like I said before, that sex worker that I knew who was working in dominant sex, where all of her clients were white males, you know, and she was trying to recruit, she was actually trying to recruit women and men, black ones, you know. She was actually trying to recruit them into this sex culture where they will go around and dominate white men. The white men will and if it was a white man with a wife, that the white man will like, you know, screw the black dude while the wife is sucking his dick. And you want to know who wrote about that? Aleister Crowley. So anybody that you see that's into Aleister Crowley and do what thou wilt, then you should be suspect. You should be highly suspect, because he literally wrote about that. I mean, I only read some of his writings. I couldn't stomach most of it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mr. Sunkiss, glad you're here. I couldn't stomach most of Alex Crowley writings, but there is a passage in there where he did say that it was sexually arousing for him to poke a dude in the butt while the dude is getting his dick sucked by a woman. And this sex worker, this black woman who was trying to recruit men and women into this sex culture, that's what she was saying. She was saying all kinds of stuff, you know, and that was included. She was like trying to assure the black Negro males that they wouldn't be considered gay. Like, it's okay to want to have a white penis in your butt while his wife is sucking you off. That's not really gay, right? I don't know, but Black Negro males are the face of the LGBTQ SVU. They're the face of it. And while they're the face of it, it's like I said, their relationships with white men is pretty much what Seven Camuels was leading to. For black males, of course, when they're gay like that, they don't partner up with anybody like conservative white males would do. Conservative, powerful, rich white males, they will partner up with another gay white male, and they would be together, for the rest of their life. They'll get married, or if they can't get married, most of the time they don't even get married. What they'll do is they'll leave a will, and they'll leave their gay male partner in that will. They'll leave the gay male partner everything, all their property in the will. They leave a will. And the word gay or homosexual is nowhere to be found. Nothing. Everything just goes into the will for their lover. Okay? And this is what white conservative male, rich and powerful males do. For the black males who are gay and who are the face of this LGBTQ SVU thing, for them, they don't partner up. For them, it's just a sex orgy. They're just out there to get sucked and fucked and fucked and sucked all day long if they could, all year, like nothing else. That's all they want to do. That's all they want to do. They're not like, they might be in love this week, and then 6 months later, the dude cheated on him with a woman. So, he don't want him no more. He's going to go to some other dude. They don't have like long-term relationships like the white people do. This is what I'm trying to say. The Negro gay males do not. This is why Kevin Samuels died alone. This is why he was almost 50? I don't know if he was older than me. I'm 54. How old was that dude? Like 50, 51? He died alone. This is why. Because white gay males who have partners, they don't die alone. They don't. And you don't see them in nursing homes. You see Negro males in nursing homes. You know what I'm saying? When I used to work as a med tech in a nursing home, I worked in several nursing homes, and this was in Georgia. When I came back to New York, I stopped doing it. But I worked in several nursing homes in Georgia, and all of the black Negro males there, the Negro males, they were, I don't know if they were homosexual, but I will tell you, ain't nobody never came to see them. Nobody ever came to see them. Nobody ever came to see them. It was like they was just dropped off, and that was it. You deal with them now. Nobody ever came to see them. They all died alone. Oh, he was 56? Oh, okay, so he was older than me. Yeah, he was 56 and he died alone because, that's how black gay males die. Probably that's how straight. Well, I'm not even sure if all of these Negro males are even straight. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of highly suspect that, but boy, I tell you, I don't know. But look, dude died alone, and for the most part, in the LGBTQ community, the black males, they will die alone. They are not partnered with anybody in a long-term relationship. Usually they don't have any money to give to anybody and leave in the will anyway. So I don't know what the marriage is for, unless it's just a symbolic thing to say, oh, we can do this. But that's what Kevin Samuels was talking about. And not only that, but like I said, white men like black male booty. And when their black male booty gets to be 25, like Kevin Samuels projected, they're washed up. White men don't want them no more. They want fresh booty. They want fresh booty after that. They don't want no old booty. It's like Alexis said, black boys is a delicacy. And the younger they get them, the better. It's like I spoke about Andre Talley dude in the last video when he was at war with one of the Versace people. Yeah, he was at war with one of the Versace people, and that dude Versace was in a picture with his young, and he was cute too. The dude was cute, the young man, and he was a young man, but he was European, but he wasn't even white. He was European, and he looked really good, but he was young. He wasn't old like me. He wasn't old like Andre Talley. I think Andre Talley died. He was older than me. He was like damn near what, 60, something like that, 65. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they took that house. They waited on him to keel over, and they took that house. Not only did they take that house, they made him pay for it. They had him thinking that he was doing one of the banker moves. I don't know if y'all seen that movie, but they said that they will hold the mortgage, and all he had to do was pay for the mortgage. Come to find out, it didn't belong to him. It belonged to them white. It belonged to Versace, and he paid that whole fucking mortgage up for that rich white man. Yes, he did. So he took his money. He ain't only just take his booty. He took his booty when it was young. He took his money, and then he took that house back. Yup. But it's like I said, and they're the face of the LGBTQ. They're the face of the LGBTQ Negro males. And then another thing about this Roe versus Wade that was overturned, and I know people are making jokes about it, talking about, well, you can have a gun, but you can't get an abortion. I'm gonna tell you why you can have a gun, because that's in the Constitution of the United States. Abortion is not in the Constitution of the United States. And I think it was almost like appropriate that they would make that decision in June. The Supreme Court would make that decision in June during Gay Pride Month and Juneteenth month. So I think I'm sorry, y'all. So I think it was appropriate that they made that decision in June. And if y'all go back to my video that I did on Kevin Samuels, and I was talking about the abortion, I'm sorry, the abortion Roe versus Wade, because they were still discussing it then, and Mackenzie Scott, who gave $275 million in charity specifically for black women to have abortions. She didn't say Asian women, she didn't say white women, she didn't say Latino women, she didn't say BIPOC women, she didn't say women of color, she said black women, okay? It said fucking black women specifically. She was specific about her $275 million donation. And I keep laughing because I just think that shit is so fucking funny. But it's like I said, because I heard a lot of women, on social media talking about, black women, you better be careful. You ain't going to get, like, first of all, I don't know if you should be encouraging anybody to be fucking using their womb as a playground and then using abortion as a method of birth control. And it goes back to what I said before, that black women are the most sexualized creatures on this planet. Like I said, they are sexualized while they in the womb, and by the time they come out the womb, as far as the world is concerned, they ready for some dick. That's why you will have grown women out here calling little 2-year-old fucking toddlers fast, because we are sexualized. We're the most fucking sexualized creatures on the planet. And if you go back to my last videos, I told you why that was. I told you why that was. We're the most fucking sexualized. So you have grown women calling little 2-year-old baby girls fast, still in a fucking diaper, but she fast, right? She's still pissing and shitting on her goddamn self, but she fast, right? This is how sexualized we are. And then I remember when that girl, Steve Lori or Harvey, was messing with that Jordan dude. And when they broke up, everybody, child, boy, let me tell you, it was this one chick. It was this one chick who I saw made a comment about Lori Harvey and talking about, and this bitch, she is about as old as I am, right? This bitch got the fucking nerve to fucking try to shame young women talking about, yeah, you know, you out here fucking like this and everybody's telling you that it's okay to do that and to be by yourself and not be with a husband or this and that. This the same bitch I remember, like, remember I told y'all in I'm Not Black No More video, them same bitches 12 years ago when I was teaching and I had to stop because, you know, them bitches were fucking counterfeit. She was one of them counterfeit bitches. So I remember this bitch all on Facebook fucking 12 years ago talking about her sexuality and all of this sex cultism shit. You know what I'm saying? How she like it, how she like her penis, like being all public with that. You know what I'm saying? And now she over here trying to shame fucking people for having sex because the bitch is old and bitter. That's all I'm gonna say. First of all, it's I love men, right? And I love men and I love sex. I'm just gonna say it like that. But I'm not going to compromise my self-respect, my dignity, and I'm not gonna have my womb used as a playground. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that. And I heard people saying that this girl Lori Harvey had to be fucking that old dude Puffy, his son, and the other rapper dude. And I really do think if the other rapper dude, if he really got any, he would have said so. But he didn't say so. And that's probably why he was mad, because she didn't give him any. But see, you gotta understand, this is the whole thing. Because black women are the most sexualized creatures on the planet, everybody just knew that Lori Harvey was just getting all of this dick from left and right. I really don't think she was even screwing those niggas. And I really think a lot of it had to do with publicity. She's a model. She's a celebrity. Her mother's a celebrity, like it or not. Her father's a celebrity, like it or not. You know what I'm saying? I don't really think, listen, I'm not a fucking millionaire. I've never been a millionaire. I was a thousandaire. And it's like I said before, it's like these women, like you got these counterfeit spirits out here. That's why there's no sisterhood. They're so fucking jealous of each other. Before we had the internet and dating websites, we didn't do that. We met people, outside, out in the street, whatever. We didn't have like dating websites. And then when we did go and date, and we met somebody and somebody wanted to take us out, we would go with each other. Like my girlfriend, we would go with each other. You know what I'm saying? We look, this dude had to take me out, he had to take my girlfriend out. If it was vice versa, if she was with a dude on the first day, he had to take her. Listen, nobody was jealous of nobody, and my girlfriends look good, okay? They wasn't no scraggly looking type women. You understand what I'm saying? They were beautiful, beautiful brown skinned girls, okay? And I felt no kind of way of having them come with me on this date with this dude I don't even fucking know from Adam, okay? That was like normal though. That was like fucking normal. Like I don't think you would even see no shit like that. This is how we used to vet. We would vet. We wouldn't see this dude for. Listen, boy, I tell you, this dude had to take me and my friends out. That's what he had to do. That's what he had to do. That was like, I don't know. That was a rule. Y'all probably never even heard that shit before. That y'all probably never even heard that shit before. No, that's not a sisterhood because we wasn't screwing the same dude. It's just that we don't know this dude, and the dude had to take all of us out. He had to take me and one of my friends out at least. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes it was one who could afford to take all four of us out. You understand what I'm saying? But we wasn't screwing the same man. It was just that we wasn't jealous of one another, and we wasn't jealous of one another, and we cared enough about each other that we don't know who you going with. We need to go and check this dude out. We'll let you know. You know what I'm saying? This and that and that and this about him. But we did that, and then it's like I said in my youthful days, because I didn't have any children until I was like in my 30s. Because before that, it was all about me. I already knew when I was, if I was ever gonna have any children, it wouldn't be about me anymore. And back then, it was all about me. It was all about me. So I already knew if I was gonna have any babies, it wouldn't be about me. It would be all about them, and that's what it was too. It was all about them after I had them until they moved out. Now it's all about me again. You see what I'm saying? But back then, before I had any children, it's not that me and my girlfriends would go out with this dude to check him out and make sure he was safe and shit. Like I wouldn't just meet him in the street and be like, yeah, go with him to a hotel or go with him, any fucking where or go with him to his house. Like you got young girls. I saw the other day, young girl fucking meet a dude on the fucking internet. He don't got no gas money. She pays for the gas. She pays for the date. Then he throws her out the car and make her walk home because she didn't want to go to his motherfucking house. See, that shit wouldn't have happened. See, no, listen. First of all, you ain't supposed to be paying. You're not supposed to be paying for no date. Like, just date does not mean sex. I think that's where y'all got it mixed up at, right? Dating or courting does not mean sex, right? So this is why I wanted to come back to. Dating does not mean sex, right? All of these dudes that I was dating, I was not fucking, okay? And I was dating like 5 dudes at a fucking time. I had one dude that I like to go to the club with. I had one dude that I like to go to the movies with. I had another dude that I like to go to the fucking restaurants with. I had another dude that I like to go fucking to out of town club, because back then I wasn't a millionaire, I was a thousandaire. Back then we used to go to fucking Miami. We used to fly to Miami just to fucking party. You know what I'm saying? That's just the life that I was living. We was yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Strong Humble. I know it couldn't be you. But back then, we used to go to the fuck. We used to go to. I was born and bred in Brooklyn. We used to fly to fucking Miami just to fucking go to the club. Okay, we used to fly to fucking Cancun just to go to the fucking beach. So I was dating like 5 dudes. I was not fucking these dudes. I was not fucking these dudes. And these dudes was paying for every fucking thing. So I don't know what is going on with you young women out here. Like, is it so sad that these men don't have no type of substantial way to take care of themselves, that they can't, listen, I got 2 sons, and I raised my sons that, I reared them in a way, because you raise animals, right? I reared my sons in a way where I made it very clear to them that they are supposed to take care of their wife and children. I know it's like 21st century and women want to get an education and want to get a job. I'm okay with that. But I'm like, and then first of all, and I also told them that they don't want to mess with any chick that can't take care of herself, because that's what my father taught me. A man is supposed to take care of me, but I should be able to take care of my motherfucking self. So I let them know that you don't want to partner up with a woman who just don't have any sense, can't take care of herself. You want somebody educated, somebody who could take care of herself. So if something happens to you before it may happen to her, of course you leave in life insurance. Of course they having a pension. They work for the government. Of course they got a pension. Of course they got life insurance. All of that stuff. They're not gonna have to go on GoFundMe. You understand what I'm saying? And leave their family with a fucking GoFundMe. You understand what I'm saying? So I reared them like that. They came out of high school ready, basically. They came out of high school like that, what I'm saying, basically. But I reared them like that they supposed to be able to take care of a woman. Like, that's what their fucking job is. They got to take care of their wife. They got to take care of their fucking family. That's their fucking job. Period. Period. That's their fucking job. So I reared them like that. And so even when they fucking dating, they don't expect this young lady to pay for any fucking thing. Period. Period. No fucking gas, no drinks, no food, no nothing. No flowers, no candy, none of that. Okay? Yeah, Miss Sunkiss, we sure don't. So, I mean, I reared minds like that. So they know that they're supposed to, fuck that. I mean, listen, I remember when my oldest son was like 5 years old and we drove, I was going to the mart, we drove, I parked, we come out the car. First thing they fucking see is a black man fucking begging me for a fucking dollar. And my oldest, he was 5. He was only fucking 5. He was mad about that shit. He was mad. He was like, Mom, why is this man begging you like he's some girl? I didn't know. I didn't even, I couldn't. I didn't even know what to tell that. I was embarrassed for him. I was embarrassed for my son. I was embarrassed. I didn't even know what to tell him. I didn't even know what to tell him. I'm not sure, Miss Sunkiss, but I know my friends that I had, my girlfriends, we didn't screw the same man. That's like, um, that's like, that's just, you don't do that. You don't screw the same man. I wasn't raised in any type of polygamous type of family or anything like that. My grandparents were married, my parents were married, and even when my parents got divorced, my father never married anybody again. So I was never in a situation where, and then again, if if my father was a hoe, I didn't know anything about it, that's for sure. Because he never brought any women around me that wasn't my mother, that's for sure. So I would never know about that. I would never know about that. So I don't know. But I wasn't raised like them York people. I wasn't raised like them York people. I'm not into sharing, bodily fluids and shit like that with multiple women and one man. I don't do that. And the girlfriends, that I grew up with, like, they don't do that. We were just into dating. We were young. We were into dating and having fun. That's what we did. And like I said, I never paid for any of the dates. The men always paid for everything. And I had like, I would date like 5 people at a time. Cause you had to have 5 at a time just in case, you fell out with one, you know what I'm saying? You got space to get another one. So that's how I was doing. But I'm trying to say that just because I was dating these 5 dudes, it doesn't mean that I was fucking all of these 5 dudes. But black women are such sexualized creatures that they would look at me and they would swear up and down that I'm just fucking all of these 5 dudes. Like they was looking at Lori Harvey and saying that she was fucking all of them dudes. And I'm gonna tell you the truth, I mean, for me, sex has always been a sacred act. I can't just lay down with anybody, right? Not even for money. It's a sacred act to me, right? It's a sacred act to me, and it's always been that way. It's always been a sacred act to me. Sex is a sacred act. So it's not like I can't, I'm not into you know having multiple sex partners. That's just, it's not, that's not anything that I can do. It's a sacred act to me. So me dating 5 dudes doesn't necessarily mean that I was sleeping with them. And even though sex is a sacred act to me, and I don't do it for recreation, and I say it with the word rec, right? I don't do sex for recreation, but I'm not that naive that I know that I don't know that there are a lot of people out here that does sex as a recreation, right? I'm not that naive, right? Just because I see it as sacred, you know, doesn't mean that everybody else does, right? So me knowing this and me dating 5 dudes, I already knew that if they ever got an itch in their pants and needed to let their balls hang down low and go somewhere, I already knew that there are females out there that will much oblige them for like $20, just like the white dude. Just like my friend told me the white dude fucks the black girl for $20. You understand what I'm saying? No different, right? So, it's like that shit wouldn't bother me. That shit wouldn't bother me. I would never ask. You understand what I'm saying? Because, whatever. I know we're just dating. This is not a commitment. You understand? No, I don't think people understand what dating means, like for real, for real. Like they think dating just means you got to be fucking somebody. No, I was dating these people. I wasn't committed with them. Therefore, I wasn't obliged to have sex with them. Sex with me is a recreation. I knew that they were men. They had itches. They had to get their balls scratched. They had needs. If they went somewhere else, I mean, I didn't have to know about it. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. I'm pretty sure. I'm not that naive that I don't know that there's a female out there that won't um oblige him. And with them celebrities that Lori Harvey was dating, they can ride down the street and pull up and just be like, hey, come with me to anybody, and they'll be ready to oblige them. All kinds of shit, all kinds of sucking and fucking. It's not a big deal for men like that. You understand what I'm saying? It's just not a big deal for men like that. So I don't believe that she was out there, getting all that dick. Like, I hear these black women saying she was, because I know I wasn't out there getting all that dick. And I was having fun. I was dating and I was having fun. That's what I was doing. I wasn't having sex. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. But in my case, I wasn't even shopping. I was just having fun. You know what I'm saying? I was just having fun, hanging out with my friends and going to the club every night, going out to eat every day. You know what I'm saying? Flying to Miami to go hang out with the celebrities, going to Cancun to go to the beach. You know what I'm saying? Because Coney Island Beach had got like pretty messed up by then. So, that's what I was doing. So I don't think that she was screwing all of them dudes. But I do think that black women are the most sexualized creatures on the planet. So of course they're gonna assume that that's what she was doing, just like they're gonna call a little 2-year-old girl that's still in Pampers fast, right? And I explained to y'all already why black women are the most sexualized creatures on the planet. I done already explained that. So, okay, so that's what I was saying. Damn, what was I saying? I just got into, yeah, because I saw somebody that I knew from back then who was, like really raunchy and everything and all about sex as a recreation, trying to shame a younger woman. That's what I didn't like, because this bitch is as old as me. And back then she was like, 12 years ago, she was like, all about her sex cult and her sex and her pussy and her this and her penis that she's getting, you know. And now, she's trying to shame young women. So I'm just trying to say, like, don't do that. That's not a good look, because black women are already over they're the most sexualized creatures on the planet. And young women, you going out there dating, you shouldn't be paying for shit. You shouldn't be paying for shit. You shouldn't be paying for no fucking gas money for them to come and pick you up. You shouldn't be fucking going to no fucking dinner or lunch or brunch and paying for that shit. And you should not be, listen, boy, I tell you, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. Maybe you shouldn't even be dating, because these dudes out here, there's no picking. If it's like that, then maybe just focus on yourself. Nobody says that you have to, be attached to someone. Like, you really have to work on yourself first, right? Love yourself first. Love yourself enough where, you don't feel like you got to pay for gas for some dude you just met on the internet to come and pick you up. Like, that's desperation. And it's like I said in my other video, desperation breeds contempt. That's why he threw your fucking ass out the car and made you fucking walk home after you wasn't giving up no ass. That's exactly why. Desperation breeds fucking contempt. You was desperate enough to fucking meet some dude on the internet, pay for gas for him to come pick you up, pay for the fucking meal, and then had the nerve not to go home with him and let him stick his toxic ass penis in you? Because you desperate. That's exactly what I'm saying. Desperation breeds contempt. And he had contempt for your ass. That's why he made your fucking ass walk home. That's exactly why he made your fucking ass walk home. You know? I don't know. Free coochie, I don't know. Well, yeah. But yeah, that and dudes staying up in Section 8 and everything. So with this overturn of Roe versus Wade, I wanted to, and it happened right in the it happened right during Gay Pride Month in Juneteenth. And I'm gonna tell y'all why that was so appropriate. Because I already said in my last video, the one that I did with Kevin Samuels. The video I did with Kevin Samuels when I told these Negro women that Roe versus Wade is not about you. It is not about you because the whole world already see you as the most sexualized creature on the planet. Mackenzie Scott specifically gave $275 million for you to get abortions. And because the whole world know that you're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to fast from the penis. Like, it don't matter what color that penis is or how much melanin it has or lack thereof. Like, you're the most sexualized creature on the planet. So, like, you're going to have a penis up inside you regardless. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's how the whole world see it. That's why Mackenzie Scott gave you that $275 million to get an abortion. You understand what I'm saying? So that was so appropriate that it happened in this in during this month, because that's not about Black women. So not only do you use your wombs as a playground and you seen as the most sexualized creatures on the planet, but you have the nerve not to even use birth control, which isn't really all that 100%. It's still not even 100% because I got I got pregnant with a condom on. You understand what I'm saying? I got pregnant with a condom on, and that's how the baby ended up here. I was like, oh well, you know what I'm saying? So that's not even 100%. I tried the Depo-Provera. It fucked with me. It gave me like migraines. I tried the fucking the pills. That shit gave me fucking migraine, and I don't believe in using abortion as a method of birth control, right? So the whole world knows that you probably do use birth control as a method of abortion, because statistically, compared to white women, you are 3.6 times more higher rate of having abortions than white women, right? You're 3.6 times more likely than white women to have an abortion. And even though your children only make up 14% of the population, they are twice as much, like 28% times more higher to be in foster care. They are in at least 20 counties, in 20 of the largest counties in the United States. They are 68% more higher rates of you even being investigated for them to snatch your babies away. So just in the investigation level, that's at 68%. For white children make up 65% of the population, right? And 44% of them, so 44% of them are in foster care, and maybe 20% of them are in the process of being investigated by Child Protective Services. So only 20% of them are being investigated, and 44% of them are in foster care. But 28% of Black children are in foster care, and 68% of mothers are being investigated by CPS. Like, that's fucking crazy. And it's crazy because, yeah, there's more white people on this in this country. I was about to say on this planet. Oh, that's a lie. There's definitely the majority of the people here are white, and they would like to keep it that way. But I'm gonna get to that. But like, that's crazy. That's crazy when it's only 14% of you, but more than half of that is in fucking foster care, and then you 7 times the rate of being investigated to have your baby snatched away. There's something wrong with that, and I'm bringing this up because it's appropriate that it. Well, that's like slavery. In slavery time, they always took the babies away, right? They always did that. They took the babies away, and there's boy, I tell you. But anyway, there's something wrong with those numbers. There's something wrong with those numbers, right? With the babies, only 14% of them make up America's population, and 28% of them are in foster care, and 68% of their families are being investigated by CPS, which is the first step before they take the babies away. The investigation part. Well, the I already said in my Kevin Samuels video that the abortion wasn't for you, and then when they finished with overturning, because I already knew that was gonna happen, I was like, they're gonna get what they want. They're gonna get what they want when they overturn. Anyway, I did also say they was gonna overturn it, and then the next thing they was gonna come up with birth control. So now they're gonna come up. They're gonna ban that. They're gonna ban birth control. They're gonna work on it little by little. They're gonna do the birth control next. Then they're gonna do gay marriages, and I'm not sure if they're gonna do gay sex. I don't think that they will, but the because people can still do whatever they want to do behind closed doors, and nobody has to know about it. Just like the Confederate white supremacists Pulp Fiction Negro males in their basement all day and nobody knows about it. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not really too keen on them or thinking that they're gonna stop uh, two males from having sex, but they will definitely put an end to gay marriage. Like, you can't do that in the court anymore. And they're also going to work on after the gay marriage, then they're going to do interracial marriage. They're going to do interracial marriage, and I'm going to tell you why. Well, there's the spiritual reason why they want to overturn abortion is because, like I said in that video in Kevin Samuels, white women are not having no babies. And from what I learned from somebody who listens to my videos, who lives in the Midwest, and she works in a certain demographic of drug addicts, and they are all races, because I did ask her. They're white women and black women who are hooked on fentanyl and opium. And these addicts are having babies. That's what I didn't know. I didn't even know you could be, because I'm in New York. So anybody who does fentanyl usually dies, and it's so bad here that there are advertisements all in the street where just a regular Joe Schmo like myself can go to a drugstore and get a box of Narcan for free and just carry it on me. So just in case I'm on the subway or I'm walking down the street and somebody who's an opium addicted person just fall out in an overdose, I can save their life. So they actually advertise that here in New York. They advertise for regular citizens to go and get a shot of Narcan so they can save an addict's life. You know what I'm saying? So that's how bad it is. So because of my environment and because of where I live, I didn't think about how it could be in the rest of the world or the rest of the country at least. And I had no idea that people could actually be addicted to this fentanyl and still live, right? So according to this young woman who told me she works in this demographic of these drug addicts, right? And black women and white women. So they're both fentanyl and opium addicts. They're both having babies while addicted to this opium and this fentanyl. And I was like, yeah, because at first I was like, when I said in my Kevin Samuel videos, I was like, something, it really makes sense now. Because when I said in my Kevin Samuels video, I said the only ones who are having white babies at this point were the white people in the Bible Belt, and that's mostly because they are in the Bible Belt, and it's not just about them not being able to get an abortion, but it's like the culture that they live in, their environment, even though it may not have been against the law when I made that video for them to get an abortion, people around them would make their decision to do that very difficult. And a lot of times they usually end up having that baby, right? So this is white people in the Bible Belt, the ones who the gay, rich, powerful, conservative males would consider to be of a lesser status, right? Of a lesser status, right? So yeah, these are white people of a lesser status, but even though they are of a lesser status for white people, they still have more money than the American Negro, right? And like you should go and listen to Attorney Antonio Moore break that down because I almost fell in tears when I learned, damn it, that what y'all call white trash and trailer trash got more money than y'all and don't even have a GED, y'all. Y'all got all them damn degrees, and these people living in the trailer got more money in the bank. Like, yeah, anyway, that shit is crazy. But like I was saying, they are the lesser status and they're the ones that's having the baby. So now when this young woman told me this and it made sense to me, I was like, okay, that's why they really going hard. And this is before the law term. That's why they really going hard on this abortion thing because they can't even count on the lesser status white people in the Bible Belt and in the Midwest. They can't even count on them to have babies because they all addicted to dope. They all addicted to dope and they having these babies on dope. And well, like I said in my last video, the black millennials, a lot of them are the crack generation. Those are crack babies. The black millennials are crack babies, and Generation Z are the babies of the crack babies. Okay, so go figure. Go figure. And that was done on purpose. That was done on purpose. But the people in the white people in the Bible Belt and in the Midwest who are of the lesser status, as what the conservative gay white males would consider to be lesser status. Because remember, I told you, even though these conservative gay white males are gay, they will still be married and have families. White women will be okay with that. They will be okay with that. They will hide their secret. That's why, they can get with Negro males, because that's why I think a lot of these, but anyway, that's why they could get with Negro males, because Negro male, they will hide their secret. They are all right with it. They would hide their secret and keep it in everything. And so it made sense to me. So I'm like, I already said before that they was, even though that these women in the Bible Belt and in the Midwest was still having babies, that they wanted the upper echelon white women, to have babies, the educated ones, the ones with the money, the ones who are educated and single. They want them to give birth, right? What I didn't know when I made that video was how bad the opium and the drugs. I mean, I've heard them saying about it in Mexico, selling it, but I didn't know it was like that, like that. So it made sense where why they would want these white women who are not addicted to these drugs to have these babies. So it makes sense. And if you know anything about biology, then you would know that anything in nature, any biological life form that wants to exist or continue to exist will find a way to do it, right? So that's just like, that's natural law. Now, you may not agree with the way that they find a way to continue this biological life form will find a way to continue its existence. Like the COVID, it had to find a way to continue its existence. So now it's in a less harsher form where it won't like kill people like it was killing people before. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, a biological life form, right? So like I can't really be mad at white people. I can't really be mad at them. I may not agree with, how they're doing it, but it's still, I understand. No, I understand that it is a part of nature. It's a part of nature. Anything, any biological, anything in life that wants to exist will find a way to exist, right? It will find a way to exist, right? That's why, even though you got a whole lot of uh black people out here just killing each other off and stuff like that, and like all over the globe, you know what I'm saying? Not just here, but all over, there are those that will find a way to exist, right? So, and that's just a part of nature. So I can't be mad. I can't really be mad at that. And it's like, I've listened to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Their first thing when they found out that they was just a small minority on the planet, they had to come up with ways to continue their existence. And the ways that they came up with to continue their existence was the system of white supremacy. If they can make these dark skinned people hate each other and psychologically and mentally ill because and traumatized, because a lot of us are traumatized and uh, mental issues, and not just the Negro males, the Negro females too, everybody, you know. So it's like she said, if they could find a way come up with to come up with to continue their existence, they'll be okay. And the method that they came up with was the white supremacist system. And you could see it all over the world. You could see it here in the American colony. You could see it in the African colonies, in Africa. You could see it. I wouldn't even call them countries. Those are like really colonies, right? You could see it over there. You could see it all over the world except for probably China and Japan, right? You can see it all over the world except for China and Japan. Philippines colonized, Thailand colonized, Burma colonized, Myanmar colonized. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. And that's what the Chinese are trying to, they're trying to do their own purge. You understand what I'm saying? Where they purge out the colonies of certain other different Asian countries. You understand what I'm saying? So, but yeah, if you look all over the world where you see brown people, at least South America, on the continent of South America, on the continent of Africa, and all the little islands in between that, you'll see what I'm talking about. So there's a system of white supremacy in all of these colonies, and they use a psychological warfare where there was even a good video of a white psychiatrist who even came out back in the 70s. I think his last name was No. I can't remember, but he even spoke about the psychological warfare on American Negroes specifically he was talking about. He wasn't talking about black Negroes in Brazil or Africa. He was specifically, and yeah, that was very, very good. And a lot of what he said, it's just sad, but yeah, they did a whole psychological job, and then when crack came out, it just put the nail in the coffin because that was specifically made for a certain DNA to genetically modify it to be substandard, pretty much. Or I don't know if you could say the word retarded anymore, but I use the phrase genetically retarded, right? I don't even know if you can use that word anymore. I'll probably get a lot taken down, but it was it was used, that crack was used to modify genes in American Negroes and make it substandard, right? Because just because you modify something doesn't mean that um, it's a good modification. You get what I'm saying? That modification could be uh, good or bad. And in this case, it wasn't good, right? And you got a whole generation of millennials who are crack babies, okay? And then a whole generation of Generation Z who are babies of the crack babies, right? And look at where we at right here. Like they think they're in a post-racial society, all kinds of crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Just ridiculous, just crazy. But like I said, I don't want my grandbabies reared in this country. I just don't want that. But Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said that these people needed to find a way to survive, and that yes, by design into it, and that they use psychological warfare. So that was then, right? When they found out that they was a small minority around all of these brown people, right? So now they had that intact. It's working real good. It's working real good because Negroes can't stand one another. I know I don't like none of y'all, so I'm just gonna leave it at that, right? But it's working really good. They got Negroes all over the globe where they want them at. Eating each other, fighting each other, killing each other. Just doing each other dirty. Like, they got them where they want them, right? But now that they got them where they want them, now they're not having any babies. You know what I'm saying? He has into his celebration. Now they're not having any babies, right? And the lower status of them are having babies, but they don't want the lower status. They want the like back in the 60s and 50s in America when they used to have state fairs in Virginia and they would give awards to the white people who was of the whitest white complexion and the most blondest hair and the most bluish eyes. They would actually win awards for being like the whitest of the white, you know, back in the 50s and 60s, right? Or maybe even before that. But I heard as early as the 50s, they would go to state fairs or carnivals, and they would do this, so it was okay. But now they're not having babies. They're not, well, at least I saw a video with a white woman. She seemed educated and everything. And she was speaking on like women like her not having children and being in their 30s. And I think her main concern was that I, I think the main thing, she spoke on a lot of things, but I think her main thing was like, she didn't want to bring any children in this fucked up world. Like, this world is like really fucked up, and she didn't want to do it. She didn't want to bring no babies in the world. She didn't say anything about like, not being married or anything or being married. Her concern was she didn't want to bring any children in this world because this world was fucked up. And I'm thinking that she's speaking for a lot of women who are like her, right? But these people are not having any babies. It's like I said in the Kevin Samuels video. They're not having any babies, so they want this caliber of women, like the white woman that I saw, have these babies. Now, I know Sweden, Bosnia, I think the Ukraine, and a few, like 3 other European countries, they have like the highest abortion rate, right? They have the highest abortion rate. Even though they have some European countries that will, like, if you get pregnant, they will give you an incentive. I think they give you like a monthly stipend. Not only can you take off a whole year from work, but your husband can take off a whole year from work, and y'all both get a monthly stipend to have that baby. I think they do that in France, for sure. I think they do that in France and several other countries, several other European countries. Now, I think since America overturned the law, America, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Poland are the only countries on the planet as it stands right now that banned abortion. Banned abortion. Like, you can't get no abortion. So you can't go to El Salvador and get an abortion. You can't go to Nicaragua and get an abortion. You can't go to Poland and get an abortion. And some states in America, from what I heard, they said 22 states are going to ban abortion. So they're not having these babies anymore. You can come to New York and get an abortion, but then I think like Tennessee already did. Tennessee already put out a law like last month that said anybody that try to cross state lines to get an abortion, they're going to be fined $50,000. And it's like I said before, if you're a black woman and you're overly sexualized and you can't live without penis, and you can't take birth control, or you take birth control and you get pregnant, you're not going to be able to get an abortion if you live in Tennessee, because I know you ain't got $50,000 for a fine to pay. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you, when this government, when you owe this government money, they will fucking get their money. They will get their money, and you will work the rest of your life paying that shit too. They do not play. Okay, they do not play. You won't have any passport, nothing. You got to pay them back. So, but I've heard that, I've also read on the internet that they were saying that you will be able to uh like Amazon, get the abortion pill through the mail. But let me tell you something about that too. Um, Amazon is almost like a government entity. And I say that because they run Staten Island, New York, okay? Like, they run Staten Island, New York. It's like a government entity. And also, certain items right now, like, this is before the law they overturned. They had one before that they overturned, which had to do with like stun guns and mace. You couldn't even carry that in New York. They overturned that like in 2018, right? They made that illegal. And then not only did they make that illegal, but they you couldn't even order that shit on Amazon, because Amazon will already be told what states they can deliver what products to. And before that was overturned in 2018, that law in New York where you couldn't carry mace or stun guns, Amazon wasn't delivering to no fucking New York, not a New York City address. They wasn't delivering to any New York City address. Now, if you had a post office box in New Jersey or in Connecticut, different story. You know, you can have it ordered over there. Then you can go over there and pick it up. Then you can risk being caught with a felony of crossing state lines with by what's them people called, the Drug, Guns, and Weapons Bureau. You know, you can risk being caught coming over state lines with some type of fucking contraband. You know what I'm saying? And get a felony. But yeah, so I don't think that they'll make I don't think that you'll even be able to get it on Amazon, because Amazon doesn't even pay any taxes in this country. And because it doesn't pay taxes in this country, it's going to do whatever the government tells it to do. Okay. I'm just telling you that right now. So like Amazon is not your best bet. They don't even fucking pay taxes. They don't pay no fucking taxes at all. Okay? So they're gonna do whatever the government says for that tax break. And if the state of Iowa says that you can't get the morning pill at your Iowa address, then Amazon is not going to send it. So y'all need to knock that out the bud. And I'm talking specifically about Negro women, because white women who have money, they will be okay. For the ones that want to have abortions, they will be okay. And then I'm not even sure that even all of them would want to have abortions, because I saw today on the news, everybody was protesting all over the country. One protest in the state of Nevada, they were asking women how they felt about it, and one woman said, because the state of Nevada is not going to change, like you could still get an abortion, I think up to 24 weeks. After 24 weeks, you can't get an abortion. But the white woman said that she was pro-choice, but listen to her reason of being pro-choice, and she was educated, and she looked like she was very well taken care of. You know what I'm saying? She didn't look like a straggler, right? So she said, yes, I believe in pro-choice, because she said she had an abortion, but the reason why she had an abortion was for health reasons, right? If she would have had that baby, it would have killed her, pretty much. So she had the abortion. So that's why she believed in the choice, right? That's why she believed in that. She advocated for that. Then you have some other people who advocate for abortion, for incest, because that happens a lot. Rape, that happens a lot. Women get pregnant after being raped or incested, you know. So you have women who advocated for abortion in these circumstances, right? Then in Florida, the Jewish people were protesting, and they were saying that it will. They were saying that, yeah, there's been marches all over the country. In Florida, they were saying that it was the Jews that were protesting, and not only were they protesting, but they were suing. They were suing the state, because they was like, that shit infringes on their motherfucking religious freedom. And that shit shocked me, because I live in New York. And like I said, like New York is like my whole fucking world, right? I mean, I don't know about anything unless I go somewhere or unless somebody from there tells me. So I was like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't know Jewish people had abortions. I know that sounds stupid, but hey, it is what it is. I didn't know Jewish people had abortions, because, I live in New York, and you got a lot of the Orthodox Jews out here, and I see these women pushing like double strollers with 3 kids on this side and 3 kids on that side. Like they be having these babies out here. You know what I'm saying? They be having these babies out here. So yeah, into it, I had to call my Jewish acquaintance, and I had to ask her. I was like, look, they over here protesting in Florida. I said, the Jews, and they're gonna sue, they're gonna sue the damn state. I said, does this happen? I said, I didn't know Jewish people get abortions. I had to ask her. And she said, yeah, we do get abortions. And it is part of our religious belief that is, if a woman life is in danger, if she's been incested, or if she's been, well, mostly if the woman's life is in danger, they would abort that baby. That's basically what she said. That's basically what she said. But I didn't even know they had abortions. I didn't even know. And there was another protest. Well, it was a gay pride parade in Baltimore, and um, the news reporter went around asking the people about the Roe versus Wade, and well, they was, they were was instigating. They were playing a devil's advocate. They was like, well, now we have the Roe versus Wade, and Clarence Thomas, who's married to a white woman, by the way, says, oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you about that one too. Now Clarence Thomas says, we need to look at gay rights. And then, of course they showed the black people, and it was two gay lesbians. Somebody, well, we got children. They had they kids with them at this gay pride parade. We got children, and it's just not right. We just want to live our life. Just like, leave us alone. We just want to live our life. So we wouldn't even have a chance to be married and have children if it wasn't for the marriage laws. This was in Baltimore. That's what the black people said, right? Then the white people. Now, when he asked the white lady, she was like, "Well, I'm a teacher, and I'm just concerned that my students ain't gonna have a choice." That was her issue. She wasn't even concerned about whether or not she could be gay in the open, right? What I tell y'all about them conservative white males who are gay, who are not flamboyant, because the Negro male is the face of the LGBTQ, right? So that was in Baltimore, right? Then in New York, I was watching this this Jewish guy, Alex Stein, on YouTube, and he had a video, and he was like, he's just a real jokester, not really a jokester, but he just shows the hypocrisy. I like the video that he did about a gay pride month bar having a drag show for children, and he was going with his camera. They kicked him out, and he was like, "How can y'all kick me out? I thought y'all was inclusive, but you're gonna let kids come in here, and dress up as drag at a bar?" Lord, well, I tell you, Alex Stein, y'all need to go check that video. But he did that was in Texas too. That was in Texas. So I think it was in 1984. Texas had made it law that two males could have sex. I think that was in 1984. So he was in Texas doing that video. But he was in right here, Union Square, Manhattan, also asking people about the abortion law, and if it's my body, my choice, why you don't think the same way about the vaccine. Nobody wanted to answer that question. Yeah, 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 into it. I see them. I see them Orthodox Jews with nothing but babies all over the place. I'm telling you, boy. I tell you, child. But yeah, that's why I didn't know, because I'm in New York and I didn't know that they have abortions. I just thought they just had their babies, and like nobody was gonna stop them doing that, right? 'Cause, like, they do what they want to do, you know, for real everywhere. But Alex Stein was like, he was playing devil's advocate where he was like, my body, my choice. Well, what do you feel about the vaccine? It's not my body, my choice. But everybody was like against abortion, but they was like pro-choice when it came to the government forcing you to take a shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was okay for the government to force you to take a shot, but it's not okay for them to force you not to have an abortion. And again, the abortion law is not for black women, okay? Because Mackenzie Scott left 275 million for you to get an abortion, and we got what, 52 states in America, so 22 is gonna make abortion legal, and the other 20 is not. So you got your choice. Pick or choose, because I'm sure she left it in with the states that will still abort your kids for you. You know what I'm saying? So because nobody's worried about the mother of humanity not having babies, because they know you're going to keep producing babies for them to be slave masters. You know what I'm saying? They already know that. So yeah, in San Antonio. Well, that's what I was getting to. It's not. And I don't know how people can think like it's okay for the government to stick a needle in you of some unknown substance that they're telling you is one thing, but you don't know what that substance is. They can stick a needle in you and force you to do that in order to maintain your livelihood, which is whatever job you got, whether it's cleaning the toilets or being a government official. And then the feds didn't take it though. Only the state level employees in where I live was forced to take it, not the federal level employees, right? But I don't understand how they can see that that was okay, but uh, abandoning abortion wasn't okay. And again, I want to say that abortion, gay rights, because Yvette Cornell and Antonio Moore did plenty of videos on that. Gay rights, the LGBTQ, SVU rights, interracial marriage, and gay sex is based on the premises of the 14th Amendment. And that's what Clarence Thomas was talking about. So all of those things are not in the Constitution. The 14th Amendment is in the Constitution, and they use these advocacy groups for women to get abortions, for upper class women to get abortions, for men to have sex with one another and get married, and yeah, and contraceptives, because they're going to work on that next. They're going to stop the contraceptives. And then I feel like when they do that, it's going to be really, really hectic for these white women. I feel like, because if you know the nature of white men and white supremacy who run this country, or if you know rape is the spoil of war, right? So when they take over you, they not only rape the men, but they rape the women too, right? So you have yeah, it's a spoil of war. So they rape the men, they rape the women. And I just know enough about this psychic by listening to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing and doing all the reading and research that I've done, enough to know that these people, by nature, like I said, by nature, it is allowed to exist, because any biological life form that wants to exist will find a way to exist. You may not agree with the methods, but it is what it is, right? Uh, there is no well, my thing is that I feel like that white men are going to use the R word and do a lot of it because they feel like they need to exist. That's what I feel that's coming next. That's what I feel that's coming next. No abortion, and then no contraceptives. Yeah, you're gonna have to have this baby. You don't gotta love me. You ain't gotta marry me. None of that. But you're gonna have to have this baby now because the Lord says that you have to. And I feel like they're gonna use R like they did in slavery, like they did before slavery, like they did when they was still in Europe. I believe that they're gonna use that and use that as an excuse of repopulating themselves. I really do. I really do. So I'm not seeing them doing this to Negro women, but I do see them doing that to white women and upper class white women. I'm not talking about the ones that they consider, lower standard. I'm not talking about them. You know what I'm saying? Because they having their babies regardless, whether they were on drugs or off drugs, they having them babies. You know what I'm saying? But to make it to be enough of them, I do believe that they're gonna come out with that a lot. And as far as I see, a lot of the white women are more concerned with those issues. Like, can I choose to get an abortion if I've been raped, or if I've been incested, or if my health is at risk? by having this baby? Can I choose to get an abortion? And I think from what I've been looking at, I think that's their main concern. Because, I mean, you might not know it or you might not see it, but that's how they are. That's how they are. And I can really, really, really see that. I can really, really see that happening. I really can. I can really see that happening while, the Negro women are just screwing themselves into oblivion and having all these babies, or going to states where Mackenzie Scott done left that $250 million, $75 million for them to have an abortion. Yeah, because throughout their whole history, that's what they did. Whenever they conquered the people, they raped that people. They raped the men and the women. They raped everybody. Nobody was safe. Nobody was safe from white or European pain, okay? That's what they did. That's what they did. And they got that from the Romans. And the Romans felt like it was an act of power. It was an act of power to them to do that once they conquered the people, and it was taking away the men's power, making them bow down, making them subject to them now. And they didn't consider themselves gay. They just considered themselves powerful. For them, for anybody to be on the bottom, whether it's a male or a female, for anybody, and I'm speaking it in the perspective of their psyche, in their culture, right? For anybody to be on the bottom during sex, was the person on the bottom was giving away their power. I guess, that has a lot to do with the rumors, which is just a rumor about Lilith and Adam, and Lilith not wanting to be on the bottom of Adam, and then they demonized her because of that. They demonized her because she wanted to be on the top. She didn't want to be on underneath Adam, but that wasn't really what it was about. But I'm gonna get into that, in another video, and that's gonna be private on my website. I'm not doing that on YouTube. But Lilith was demonized, but it's analogous to that. That was the rumor. That's how she was demonized, because she didn't want to get on the bottom of Adam. Yeah, it is. It is strong and humble. That's what they're gonna have to do, because Dr. Francis Cress Welsing already did all that research, and they're gonna do whatever they gotta do in order to exist. When they first found out that they were a small minority on this planet in the middle of all these brown people, it was like, Houston, we got a problem. And they did really good with the methods that they did in order to survive, to make them more supreme. You understand what I'm saying? These people are so supreme. I remember back in my youthful days when I used to be friends with an African prince who was from Nigeria, and he was over here in school. Listen, these people are so supreme. This dude told me that he was glad that the white people came to his country and civilized them, because without white people, they would still be savages. And he probably right, but looking at Nigeria now, he probably right. You know what I'm saying? But that was back then when they was all up in his country. That was like in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? In the middle 80s, early 80s. You know what I'm saying? But boy, I tell you, you're right. And Dr. Francis Cress Welsing already laid that out. These people gonna do whatever. But you also gotta understand, she was a medical doctor. Just like she was a medical doctor, like I'm gonna put this link in the chat about black children in foster care, and it's I had this link. But just like she said, yeah, it's all about, it's about nature. That's why I'm trying to like get people to understand that's natural. It is fucked up. The methods are fucked up, right? Like, we may not agree with the method that this biological life form have to do in order to continue its existence. But by natural law, um, it's not considered like, it's not really considered a cosmic sin. It's not a by natural law. It's not a sin. It's not a sin. No, that's not true, Miss Sunkers. I have I'm gonna look for it and I'm gonna just put it in the chat later. But I have the report from the National Library of Medicine, the National Center for Biotechnology Information. They did a report on, I think, 22 of the largest counties in the country, where they was talking about Black children being the most in foster care. I mean, for 14, like you got to do the algebra, right? If you're only 14% of a population and you are 23% of foster care, there's something wrong with those numbers. No, it didn't decrease. These numbers from the it didn't decrease. These numbers are from the National Center for Biotechnology Information, and this was just recently. This is just recently. Let me see what year this is. This is July 27, 2021. So it's barely a year old. This report from the National Center for Biotechnology Information is barely a year old. I'm gonna put the link in there. I'm gonna put the link in there. I have to do that. Let me see. We gotta do that here. But no, it has not decreased. Not only has the amount of Black children in the foster care system have not decreased, but the numbers of them being investigated as, you know, for to be snatched from their homes is even higher. That's up to like 68%. Like 68% of homes are being investigated by CPS, and then 23% are in foster care. Like, if you're only 14% of the population, why is 23% of you in foster care? That's a lot of Black children in foster care. That's a lot. Like, it's only natural that, of course, more white people are in there, but they're the majority of this country. 55% of the youth are white youth. I'm not even talking about the adults. I'm just talking about the young people that can go in foster care until they age out at 18. 65% of them are white, and only 44% of them are in foster care. Not 120%, 44%, but only 14% of the youth of the population in this country are American Negro youth. Only 14% of the youth, 18 and under, and 23% of them are in foster care. That's like almost, that's what? That's almost half. That's almost half of the population of Negro males. I'm not talking about of all American kumbaya Black and white. I'm specifically talking about Negro youth. Like, you only 14% of the population, but half of you are in foster care. That's not right. I'm gonna put the report. This was done last year. It's not even a year old. It's not even a year old. Too many Black children are in foster care. And out of the Asian population, I think it was like how much they said? Like, look, only 1% of them were in foster care. Out of the Asian population, with the total of the youth of Asians being like 15%, and only 1% of them are, no, these numbers are not right, because more than if it's only four, like you got to do the algebra. If it's only 14% of you that exist, and 23% of you make up the foster care system, that means half of that 14% is in foster care. That's still too much. That's too much. That's too much for half of you to be in foster care, and then out of the 14%, like 13.9% of you are being investigated by CPS. That's too much. That's too much. There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong, but that's all that's going to end up happening. It's just going to be more food for the gods. It's just going to be more food for the gods when these overly sexualized black women can't get abortions. That's what's going to happen. They're going to just be food for the gods, for people to eat. That's going to be more young black booty for everybody. Please. I just put it in the chat. It's going to be more black booty for everybody. That's all that's going to happen. That is all that's going to happen. So that's too much. That's damn near saying that all your damn youth are in foster care. That's saying all your youth are in foster care. That's all that's saying. That not only are you the most sexualized creatures, but you having babies and they just going up to foster care like in slavery days. They being snatched. They're being snatched. Here's another one by the Youth Today organization that says that black children are the most investigated by CPS. I'm gonna drop that link in there too, because there's something wrong with these numbers. If you only make up 14% and damn near 8% of that 14% is in foster care, and then 13.9% of that 14% is being investigated. There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with that. And that's where I see all of these black kids going. Because, like I said, most of them only here because what, black women is so overly sexualized. All she want is some dick. And trust, there's gonna be a nigga there to give it to her. He gonna be there to give her that dick. You know what I'm saying? They can't live without that shit. They can't live without it. He gonna be there to give her that dick. He gonna be there to give it to her, because she can't live without that shit. And then all of their babies gonna end up in foster care, food for the gods, because they kidnap babies in there, everything, and traffic them. The lady, the state senator, the lady there, she got okay, let me see if I can put it in there. Okay, it's in there. She got murder suicided. Her and her husband in the bed. They were killed because she was blowing up that all of these black children and children in CPS, which were mostly black in the state of Georgia, were getting trafficked in it. And they murked her. They murked her for saying that. They murked her for saying that. So all I see is that happening. Like I said, a lot of sacrifices are going to be made, and they're just a sacrifice. They're just a sacrifice. Like, they're the sacrifice. But that's sad. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But I put it in the chat. And that first one is a study done by the National Library of Medicine. the National Center for Biotechnology Information, the NIH Center. They the ones that be doing all the experiments on us. That's a government. That's a federal agency, or they associated with the feds, pretty much. Yeah, they do. They only care about low vibrational shit. That's why I said they. That's all they care about. They don't care about nothing else. It's just really low vibrational. And you know what? I think if you here on this earth to experience low vibrational shit, I think you got every right to live your life out like an amoeba. But I don't think you have the right to bring other life involved into it. That's all I'm saying. You know, if you want to live your life like an amoeba and you know, you just like you should do that without involving anybody else's life in it. That's all I'm saying. So go get a vasectomy, go get your tubes tied, do something. Then you can like just fuck yourselves into oblivion. Like for real, for real. Because the only thing that's gonna happen are these black children are gonna go. I mean, if they can't get with Mackenzie Scott's $275 million for that abortion, and if they're in a state where they're forced to have that baby because they don't have $50,000 to pay out their pocket if they go across state lines and get an abortion, because look, you black, ain't nobody keeping your secret. Somebody gonna get money out of you somehow. You want to come get that abortion, you're gonna have to pay that fine in the state of Alabama or whatever, Tennessee, wherever you at. You gonna pay that fine. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, yeah, and all of them gonna go into foster care. All of them gonna go into foster care or get their children snatched. That's if the baby daddy don't kill them and the baby mama and himself first. That's exactly what's gonna. It's gonna be a whole lot more of that shit. It's gonna be a whole lot more of that shit. But yeah, these men, they're gonna do whatever they gotta do. These white men are gonna do whatever they gotta do to keep in existence. They are serious about that. They are serious about that. I be watching them on they white supremacists, they white manosphere. They not playing when it comes to like their existence. They take that very seriously. Like black people might not take that shit seriously, but they do. They do because they know, you know, it's like we discussed before, um, the rumor in the black community about white people dying out because they had their 6,000 year rule, whatever, whatever, you know. And then I think it was either the Time magazine or Life magazine. It's one of those magazines that's like very American and very it's like the how can I put this? It's like the authority. It's like the fucking authority in this country on this country's history. It's like a time capsule. It's like a time capsule for this country, and it's an authority on the history of this. It's an authority on writing down and recording what is going on. They're the authority. Life magazine and Time magazine. Okay, and it's like I remember seeing, I think it was like 12 years ago. I don't remember if it was Life or Time, but it was one of them, and they had on the cover and a biracial person, very ambiguous, looked very closely to white, like, you know, the people on my mother's side of the family that married into white people and look like that and ain't got nothing to do with no black folk. Okay, you know what I'm saying? But who can blame them? Who really want to be black? I'm not black no more. Fuck that. I want to be white, like I said. But anyway, it was on a Time magazine. It was a picture. You could tell she was like biracial. She had blonde hair, I think grayish eyes, like a almost like a straight nose, not quite so straight, not quite so thick. And the I don't know. They can screw themselves into oblivion. Like I said, people are gonna be the people of the sacrifice. They here to be sacrificed. They're not going to do none of that, Miss Sunkiss, because they're the sacrifice. People are here to be sacrificed, right? Them and their kids, right? But it was on a Life magazine that it said the picture of this young woman. She's a very young woman and very beautiful too. Not quite pale skin, but kind of light skin with the blonde hair, the gray eyes, in between those, you know what I'm saying? In between lips, not too thick, not too thin, like it looked like a slit in your face. That kind of thin lip, It was like in between, like like how they picture it, just right. You get what I'm saying? So, and on that, on the cover was her face, and it said the face of America, the new face, the future face of America. That's what it said. And in that magazine article, in that magazine article, it said that these people will be the new face of America by the year 2050. We're in the year 2022 now. We're in the year 2022. It said by the year 2050. So this abortion law is for white women. It's for white women because they don't want America to look like Brazil, because that's basically what Brazil looks like right now with all the miscegenation and everything. Like there are, like I said, they used to have state fairs, in the South, and give prizes for somebody being pure white. Like you literally won a prize for being a pure white person. You understand what I'm saying? Like this is for real. Just fucking Google that shit. That's all you got to do. Just Google it. This is for real. So they don't want it to look like Brazil, where everybody is mixed. Even the one who are the upper class and on top, who are mixed, but they just look closer to white. You understand what I'm saying? But they've all been miscegenated down there. They don't want the United States to be like Brazil. So they are serious about maintaining their resistance. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing wasn't lying. And I could see a lot of this, I could see a lot of that happening. I could see a lot of these white men going back to their Roman days. Well, they're already in their Roman days, but I could see a lot of them going into what they was doing. And like I said, you got to look at it when people conquer you, like they conquered us, because they conquered black men and black women. We all conquered, like basically, because it's not our world, it's their world. You understand what I'm saying? So we're all sitting here under the thumb of our, gracious white male gods and goddesses. Okay, we're all sitting up underneath their thumb because it's their world. You know what I'm saying? So it's their world. White goddesses, white men. You know what I'm saying? White women. They're the gods of us. You understand what I'm saying? So when they go out and conquer people, they conquer people. They conquer people. Spiritually, mentally, and physically, they conquer people. And that's what they do, and that's what their history shows, right? And in order to maintain their existence, their history also shows what I was just talking about, what I could see what's going to happen. But this was overturned because it was based on the 14th Amendment. And for a lot of people who don't know, that was based on the 14th Amendment. Gay marriage was based on the 14th Amendment. Two males having sex was based on the 14th Amendment, because that was made law in Texas in 1984. And interracial marriage was based on the 14th Amendment, and that was specifically not black men and white women. That was specifically Loving versus Virginia, right? That was based on the 14th Amendment. Their right to be married and live in their own state was based on the 14th Amendment. And that was a case of a black woman or a biracial woman and a white man, because she wasn't even she was biracial. Like if you go and look, you can see she was biracial. right? But that had to do what with the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment was written like 100 and maybe 55 years ago. Well, the Emancipation Proclamation was 155 years ago, right? That's when they said we're going to free all the slaves. And then in between that, we had the Reconstruction era, which was from 1866 until 1877, I believe. So that was a little, that was like 100 and maybe 35 years ago or 125 years ago, right? So during the Reconstruction era, there was 3 amendments to the Constitution that that was passed during the Reconstruction era, and it had everything to do with slaves in this country. It was the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment. All 3 of these amendments were passed, right? So the 13th Amendment was passed in 1865, so that was 155 years ago, right? The 13th Amendment was passed, right? And the 13th Amendment basically said that neither slavery or indentured servitude shall exist. Now, check this out, because this is the 13th Amendment right after slavery, right? No slave or indentured servant shall exist except for as a punishment for a crime. Yvette Carnell talked about this a lot, and so did Antonio Moore. So only if you were punished as a criminal, then you can be legally considered a slave or an indentured servant or in indentured servitude, right? So that's the 13th Amendment. Then 2 years later, in 1868, they did the 14th Amendment. They put the 14th Amendment on the book. So that was about 100 and what, 50, maybe 153 years ago. So 153 years ago, they wrote the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment, so the 13th Amendment actually like made us free, right? Unless you was happened to be a slave that was already in jail, then you was just like asked out pretty much, because they did have slaves in jail. They did have slaves in jail. So the 13th Amendment pretty much said we wasn't a slave anymore. That's what the 13th Amendment did. It said we wasn't a slave as long as we was not in jail. We wasn't a slave. Then the 14th Amendment, it defines a citizen. This kind of like the 14th Amendment overturned the Dred Scott case. If y'all not familiar with the Dred Scott case, just Google that. That's when a black man took another black man to court and said that he was a slave or something like that, or not a citizen or something like that. I think he wanted to keep a man a slave, so he took him to court. And the court ruled, the Supreme Court ruled that a slave is not a citizen of this country, because that's what the slave was arguing. Say he was not a citizen of this country, he was just a slave. So the 14th Amendment overturned that. And not only the 13th Amendment freed the slaves, and the 14th Amendment said, okay, you're no longer a free slave, you're a citizen of the United States now. That's what the 14th Amendment basically did, right? So it said, okay, you're a citizen now. That's what the 14th Amendment did. And so in the 15th Amendment pretty much gave Negro males the right to vote. That's what the 15th Amendment did. So the 13th Amendment freed the slaves. The 14th Amendment made the slaves citizens because they wasn't citizens then. They were just freed slaves, right? So the 14th Amendment said, okay, you're now a citizen of the country, and anybody else who was born in this country is a citizen, right? So gay rights, abortion, all of these laws, interracial marriage, it was all based on the 14th Amendment. And this is what Clarence Thomas was saying about the 14th Amendment, how all of this have to be overlooked again because it's not legal based on the premises of the 14th Amendment. I don't know. The 15th Amendment only gave Negro males the right to vote. Women, white or black, or any woman, anybody with a vagina couldn't vote back then. So the 15th Amendment only gave Negro males. It specifically say, uh, I don't know, they might have changed the wording, but it specifically says Negro males in the 15th Amendment. They were given the right to vote because at that point, only white men were allowed to vote. Not even white women could vote. Only white men were allowed to vote. White women could not vote. So the 15th Amendment gave Negro males the right to vote. The 13th Amendment freed the slaves, said you were free slaves. The 14th Amendment said, okay, you're a citizen now. So based on the 14th Amendment making the slaves citizens and giving them protective rights, supposedly, I don't know. I've never heard of that. I don't see how the 14th Amendment could help white women get the right to vote. The 14th Amendment just made the slaves a citizen, and anybody who was born in this country a citizen. I've never heard about that, and that doesn't even make any sense. That argument that you're saying is the same argument that they use to get abortion. That's the same argument or the same amendment that they use to get abortion rights, the same amendment they use to get LGBTQ SVU rights, and the same amendment they use for interracial relationships. And and that's what well, you know what? Maybe they didn't trade black citizenship for their right to vote, but they did trade black citizenship so they can get abortion. And so the LGBTQ SVU people can have sex with each other and can also marry each other and have interrelation marriages and gay marriages. They use the 14th Amendment for that. So I'm saying maybe they was trying to use the 14th Amendment to get the right to vote. I don't know. But the 14th Amendment what the 14th Amendment did was just make the slaves citizens of this country and give them equal protection under the law as a citizen. I don't know. I don't really follow white feminism. I'm not a feminist and I'm not a womanist. I'm into motherism, and I said that into one of my other videos. I am the mother of humanity, and I'm into motherism. So I'm not a feminist, and I'm not a womanist. I'm a motherist. I'm none of those things. I'm not a feminist, so I don't really follow with feminists. I do know the only thing I really know about the white feminists is that they infiltrated the Black Panthers into the lustful Negro males and turned because of course they were jealous of the black women who were literally running the Black Panthers, and the males at that point were the muscle. The the women were running the Black Panthers. I think I said that before. And I also put on my community page the totem of what the Black Panther is. It's a symbol of the divine feminine. And it was women, Black women, that ran the Black Panthers. And I know this from experience because I have an aunt who is literally a member of the Black Panthers. And I remember going to her apartment and couldn't even see her floor because there was nothing but guns all over it. There was nothing, you couldn't even see the floor because there was nothing but guns all over the damn floor. But it was women that ran that organization, and the men were more like the muscle. They were more like the enforcer. They were more like they protected it. Asada Shakur, Joanne Chesimard is her real name. She was considered the mother hen. She was considered the mother hen. So I don't know too much about white feminists except, of course, they're jealous of the mother of humanity, very jealous of them. And I even suspect that many of them are descended from slave masters. I suspect many of them are, but yeah, the only thing I really know about them is how they came into the Black Panther movement and created enmity between Black men and Black women. Like they were I don't want they wasn't the source of it, but they were like the icing on the cake of that enmity between Black women and Black men. So that's all I know about them is that they infiltrated the like COINTELPRO, they infiltrated the Black Panther movement because Black men like Elder Cleveland, he was he was boy, I think I posted an excerpt from his book Soul on Ice when he was talking about he hated Black women so much, he hated the look of Black women. He's the Black Panther Party, Elder Cleveland. He hated them so much, um, and he couldn't wait till he could go rape white women. So, and you know what? They got that book in the Library of Congress. So I know these white people ain't forgetting nothing. Like people are about to really be sacrificed with this Roe versus Wade turnover. People are really about to be sacrificed, especially when they come after interracial relationships. You know, I don't think they'll go too much after Black women, but Black men, I think they'll go after. You know, but um and that's all I know about white feminists. I don't like really follow them too much or know too much about them like that, except for what they did to the Black Panther Party movement and what they did to us as teenagers in middle school and shit, like coming in there and showing videos about um what was it like I think it was called sex education videos and stuff, and they was bringing abortion and like Mackenzie Scott, like she put $275 million for Black women to get abortions. Those white feminists been doing that. They were going to the middle schools and stuff. I remember being in middle school. They were coming to the middle schools talking about, yeah, get abortion, get abortion. Like you can fuck all you want, just get an abortion. Like you want to fuck, just you could wear rubber. Back then they used to call them rubbers. They didn't call them condoms. They called them rubbers. You want to fuck, you wear rubber. You wear rubber so you don't get pregnant. Oh, you get pregnant, get an abortion. So that's what I know about the white feminists. You know what I'm saying? But before, maybe they wanted to use the 14th Amendment for the same premise that they used it now for their abortion. And white man was like, no, you're gonna have our babies, basically. So what Clarence Thomas said was that all of those other things got to be looked at again and scrutinized because none of it forms the basis. It basically what he said is not legal. He said abortion, the way they use the 14th Amendment to make abortion illegal, basically Clarence Thomas said that was illegal. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And the 14th Amendment, again, was to make the freed slaves citizens of the United States of America, to make them citizens and to give them the protection of citizenship. And basically, that means that they had the right to sue or petition a court. And this is the premise that they use for abortion: to sue or petition a court. They had to sue or petition a court to make abortion legal. They had to sue and petition a court in Texas so males could have sex with males legally. They had to sue and petition a court in order for uh, interracial marriages. They had to sue and petition a court for gay marriage, right? They had to sue and petition the court. This is what the 14th Amendment is. I don't know why it was pushed into law. I'm just telling you how it was pushed into law. And it was pushed into law based on the 14th Amendment. I don't really care why it was pushed into law. You know why? Because I'm not out here using my room as a playground for any man. I don't care what color he is. I'm not out here doing that. And yes, I love sex. That don't mean that I don't love sex. I love sex, but I'm still not going to use my room as a playground. I don't have it in me to do that. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know why they wanted to make Roe versus Wade. I don't know why. And even if it is because white women still accuse black men of rape. So, like, you know, and like these days they're actually doing it. They're actually doing it. So, you know, but I don't know why they pushed Roe versus Wade into law. I'm just telling you how it got there and the basis on what they used. They used something that was used for the American Negro, for slaves that were made citizens. That's what they used in order to get everything that they need while the American Negro is still fucked up, getting thrown out their apartments all across the country, can't afford no fucking gas. The only ones in the fucking country complaining about the high gas prices, about how to cut they fucking some Negro female went viral on TikTok telling other Negroes how to cut their water bill. Really? You can't even pay your water bill. Can't pay your water bill, can't pay the rising cost in rent, and all of that's legal what they doing. All of that's legal. They can raise their rent. Section 8 don't have to pay anything. They can raise your rent though. And if you can't afford it with your Section 8, you just gotta go. You just gotta go. You and the homosexual living with you. And I have a feeling that's why a lot of them are out here murking these women. Because now they have no place to go. They gotta be out in the street. Remember when they was murking them for that little bit of pocket change COVID money? You don't think they won't murk them for a place to stay? Yeah, this one girl was murdered. She was helping out a so-called friend, black male, according to the mother. They wasn't intimately involved. She was just trying to help a nigga out. Then he wasn't pulling his weight. He wasn't paying half that high rent, half that water bill, half that sewage bill. So she told him to leave and he murked her. Well, so now he got a place in the jail. I don't know. I think they even let him out on bail. So I don't even know. He probably in the street right now. He probably not even on a nice jail cell on the bed. You know, I don't know why they pushed that into law, but I do know that they use something that was used for the American Negro. Like I say all the time, that people come over here and use the American Negro for American descendants of slavery for whatever it is they need, and then they get to be on top, while American descendants of slavery are the bottom class. Because where I'm at, I don't see no Asians, no Mexicans, no Latins. I don't see none of them people complaining about not being able to eat, not being able to feed their family, not being able to pay the rent, not being able to get no gas money. They not complaining. When you go on social media, the only ones you see complaining about that shit are American Negroes. Are American Negroes. And the 14th Amendment was made for the American Negro. It wasn't made for white women to fight their abortions. I don't care how cold and harsh that sounds, but the 14th Amendment wasn't made for that. It wasn't made for them to not have their abortions. It wasn't made for gay males in Texas to have sex. It wasn't made for LGBTQ to be all flamboyant, talking about, we're gay, and we're going to get married. It wasn't made for that. The 14th Amendment was made for the American descendant of slavery. And they even had a Civil Rights Act in 1866. Most people don't even know about that. They did this around the same time of the Reconstruction era, when they was doing all of these amendments. The 13th Amendment, the 15th Amendment came in 1869. That's when Negro males were able to vote. And then there's even some in my family that was a part of the electoral college in South Carolina, where I told you they got all that land at and got their own name, their own avenue with their name on it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I went back to records that far and found that shit. But that was only males. That was only the men. Women couldn't vote. And I don't know about all of that. All I do know is that Clarence Thomas said that all of these laws, abortion, gay marriage, gay sex, contraceptive, is illegal. And it's illegal because it was based on the premises of the 14th Amendment. So it's illegal. That's what he's saying. Clarence Thomas, that's married to the white Supreme Court justice lady, who actually said that Congress needs to pursue the 2020 election with Trump and cancel that shit. And that Trump should not concede to election. And I think because she said that in March, now the Department of Justice is calling the FBI, somebody calling her in to testify about January 6th. So she said that in March, and this month she had to testify. That's Clarence Thomas White. And they don't have any kids together. He don't have any kids he don't got any biracial babies. He do got a black son with his ex-black wife, but that's it. That's it. He don't even have any biracial babies with this white woman. And it was Clarence Thomas who said, I think everybody is, because Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore spoke about this time and time again, how the LGBT was using the 14th Amendment in order to get whatever the fuck they want, basically. And like I said, it's Negro males that are the face of the LGBT. Because the conservative white males that will pump fiction a Negro male in his basement real quick is not going to say shit about it. He's not going to be flamboyant about it or none of that. Okay? Like Ed Buck, the Democrat, who liked to pulp fiction Negro males and liked to role play like he was in slavery and shoot them up with drugs and got a slap off on the wrist after he killed the last Negro male dude that he took in his basement to pulp fiction him. You know what I'm saying? Well, he kept that very quiet, didn't he? And he's a Democrat. He's not even a conservative. Ed Buck, that's real funny. The irony in that. A white dude pulp fiction and black males in his basement. Boy, I tell you. Ed Buck, boy, I tell you. Google that if y'all don't know about that. But Clarence Thomas was like, yeah, these are all illegal, and he's right. Like, I don't care if nobody don't like what I said, but he's right. All of those rights were illegal based on the premise of the 14th Amendment. Because the 14th Amendment was for American descendants of slavery. That's why I said it was very appropriate that had happened during Gay Pride Month, that used the 14th Amendment to get all their gay rights. So now they got to find something else because it's not constitutional. All of that is not constitutional. Abortion is not constitutional. It's not constitutional. If you know the history of this country, it's not constitutional. White men in 1857 1840 something formed the American Medical Association just so they can make abortion illegal, because it was some white suffrage woman, upper class woman, who was right out here in Manhattan on Fifth Avenue giving abortions. I think I liked that video and I put it in my like playlist. She was out here giving abortions. Well, people still doing that. They still using our protections for their own agendas and their own narratives. You know, white men started the American Medical Association in 1857 just so they could stop this white lady out here in Manhattan living on Fifth Avenue. And Fifth Avenue are nothing but mansions, y'all. They're nothing but mansions. All the old buildings, from the 1800s, they're mansions. Okay, they might be like a department store now, like Saks Fifth Avenue. You know, that used to be a mansion. I know y'all heard about Saks Fifth Avenue. That's probably the only thing I could. Or Bloomingdale's, something like that. That used to be. I don't know if y'all know Bloomingdale's, but these are upper class. Like, you know, you got to spend $500 for a sock, and not two socks, just one sock is $500. If you want the whole pair, you got to spend $1,000 on that, a pair of socks. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Those were mansions. They're now department stores, but they used to be mansions. Even the MoMA Museum of Modern Art, that was the Vanderbilt mansion. That was the mansion. It's nothing but mansions on Fifth Avenue. And this white lady was giving abortion, and they had to put a stop to that. They had to put a stop to that. Like, they had to put a stop to that. And then what I'm saying is that I don't care, because, you know, I'm not crazy. I'm just here for the ride. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just here observing shit. Like, I know there's gonna be a lot of people sacrificed. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I'm not even like whatever, right? But the how can I say this? Like, I don't care about nobody's gay rights. I don't care about nobody's gay marriage. I don't care about two men wanting everybody to know that they sleeping with each other. Cause even 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 as a heterosexual, I will never advertise what happens in my bedroom chambers. Like, cause for me, sex is sacred. So, you know, why would I even tell you like that, right? Like, that's just so disgusting. But, you know, I don't care about your gay rights. I don't care about your abortion. I don't care about your contraceptives. I don't care about your interracial marriage. Like, I really freaking don't. I really freaking don't. And what Clarence Thomas did was he set the precedent. And probably the reason why he didn't mention interracial marriage, even though love loving versus what you call it, loving versus the state of wherever they was from, even though they used the 14th Amendment for that, I don't think he mentioned it because I really don't think he mentioned it because he don't have any biracial children. Because you got to understand, like, the reason, one of the main reasons, besides the prejudice that they had against interracial marriages, because they thought that, well, they said that the children will like be retarded, like they would be like really low IQ and stuff like that, because that's how the whole world really, like I told y'all before, that's how the whole world um, treat Negroes based on the premise that they have a low IQ. Like, that's automatically ingrained in them. Like, before you even open your mouth, they're looking at you like you're like really stupid and dumb. Like, this is just for real. This is just for real. Like, that's like their first. That's like their first impression without them even knowing you, without you even opening up your mouth. You know, they deal with you based on that premise until you do open up your mouth and say something, right? Once you open up your mouth and say something, if it's based on the stereotype that black people have a low IQ, then they are going to treat you based on that premise. You understand what I'm saying? And that happens to anybody. I don't care how much education you have, how many degrees you have, they still gonna like it's just ingrained in them. Like black people just got low IQs. Like they even had one of their own so-called scientists who won a Nobel Prize do a whole study on that. And the only person that even reprimanded him about that or even chastised him about that was Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. And I think I spoke about him in my Women's History Month vid because he gave props to another black woman who was a scientist and said if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be able to find out what I found out. But then years later, he does a study saying, black people got the lowest IQs and it's genetic. That's basically what he said. And that's already how the whole world treat people. Yes, Miss Intuit, that happens all the time to me too. That happens. It is true. I mean, it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what. But yeah, that happens. That happens. That happens. You know, and it doesn't matter how much education you have or how much money you have. It doesn't even matter. They're automatically going to deal with you based on the premise that you have a low IQ, period, because that's how they look at all of us, period. It doesn't matter. That's how they look at all of us. That's how they look at all of us. And if they do come across somebody like yourself, and get shocked, they'll say, to them, it's like you're like a needle in a haystack. You know what I'm saying? You're like a needle in a haystack. Like you was hard to find, boy, I tell you. That's how they looking at you. Like, yup, you just a needle in a haystack. So that one small fine needle and all that damn hay. And all that damn hay around that needle, just low IQ. Yup, that's how they look at it. They still won't even, based on you, they still won't even look at, well, maybe that's not everybody. They will still look at it like that's everybody, but you're just a needle in a haystack. Yeah, that's why they look at you like that. That's exactly why they look at you like that, into it. That's exactly why. Yeah. And like I said, they'll still look at you like you're just the needle in the haystack. They still won't, even though you shine, right? Your star is shining, and they see that they'll only see you as exclusive, as the exception, and still everybody else is just as dumb as fuck with a low IQ. They won't even think that maybe one more person can be like that, like you. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, Miss Sunkiss, if black folks look at each other like that. I don't know. Mm, I can't really speak for anybody but myself on that issue. Um, I'm a matriarch and I'm a goddess, so it doesn't matter like what culture you come from. A lot of people are not on my level, Miss Sunkiss. I'm just saying, it doesn't even matter like what level of your melanin is or isn't, what culture you come from, what part of the world you reside in. It doesn't matter. For me, I'm a matriarch, I'm a goddess, I'm a warrior. So for me, automatically, everybody ain't on my level. You're just not there. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for anybody else. Yeah, listen to it exactly. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's sad. Well, I can see you getting it from white folk, but getting it from black folk, that's bad. I don't know. I don't. Well, I tell you, my circle is very small, and I don't really deal with black people. I mean, the only time I dealt with them was when I was in working in medical practice, and for the most part, the only ones that I ever really had to deal with were the black women that were married to Jewish white men. Because, like I said before, I worked in upper scale practices, so like you're not going to see black people in there. You're not going to see black people in there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So like, and other than that, I don't really deal with them unless I gotta go to the grocery store and they doing some like service job and working as cashier or something like that. That's it. Other than that, it's like I don't deal with them. I don't deal with them. You know, So yeah, yeah, Miss Intuit, you right. You right. You right. So yeah, Miss Sunkist, yeah, I'm just speaking for myself. So I didn't know that other black people were like that because they're not even on the level that they should be. So they got some damn nerve. That's all I'm saying. They got some damn nerve. So wait, let me put the because we just talking now. I'm gonna put the link up. Insight. So yeah, so the 14th Amendment, like I said, I don't really care about nobody's rights because I just don't. I don't care. I'm not worried about getting any abortion. I'm not worried about getting no contraceptives. I'm not worried about having no gay sex. Well, I'm a woman. I still don't even know how women can have gay sex, but okay. I'm not worried about marrying no women. Boy, I'm married to myself, okay? I don't know, maybe that's not even legal. I don't know, but shit, I'm married to my damn self. Well, boy, I tell you, for me, a man is just an accessory, okay? I'm a goddess. I'm a matriarch. I'm a goddess. A man is here to assist. He's an accessory, you know. He's an accessory to me. That's basically what he is. Men were put here to assist women. Men were put here to assist women. And I think because that maybe that white lady who was like they didn't want to have babies because they didn't want to bring their children out in this world. Maybe they feel like they don't have their white men to assist them anymore. I don't know. I don't know, but I could see a whole lot of R wording going on just so they can survive. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that because that's in them people's nature. That's in them people's nature. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe they'll. Boy, I tell you, I don't know. I don't know. And if if well, basically if a well, like I said, the mother of humanity. So she gave birth to everybody. She gave birth to everybody. The mother of humanity gave birth to anybody who is a human. Okay, she gave birth to anybody who is a human. So it's all about her. And these women still don't see it. I think Alexis K. Tyler said that too. That it's all about black women and her womb. Yeah, and her vagina power. But they don't see that. They don't see that. So I don't care about nobody's rights. I don't really care. I don't even think they should have used what was used for my mother's people who still didn't even get no damn reparations for all of these privileges. And Negroes is here in Juneteenth and can't even pay their rent. Can't pay their rent, can't get no gas money. Um, I saw this poor young baby girl, her child got killed by the babysitter. The black girl who was watching her child threw her child against the wall, bust the child head open. The child had to have two brain surgeries and died the other day. I mean, I could just tell that baby girl, she was just so heartbroken. She was like 18. She was saying she ain't had no mother, no father. her baby boy was her only family, and I'm like, this is just crazy. This is just crazy. Yeah, they are. Did you see in India they marrying women are having big weddings, marrying themselves too? I don't know. I don't marrying they pets. Child, I'll just marry myself. But women are in India doing that. They in India marrying themselves, having big, nice weddings, cakes and everything, girl. I was like, what? What attitude, Miss Sunken? I don't know. And yeah, that victim shit, yeah, that shit, like, stop it, because I hear them on here sounding just like them Negro males. They get triggered because a white woman, you know, said something about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to understand, she jealous of you. Like, she jealous of you. Why you getting triggered because she said something? Like, I explained that with the story of Medusa, Athena, you know, boy, I tell you, like, stop it. Because they sound just like these Negro males over here. Like, they sound childish, like they in grade school, and like what? Because these white women are not playing the dirty dozens with black women. They not doing that. They not playing the dirty dozens. Karen is not playing the dirty dozens with you. She's just not doing that. And it just looks childish. It looks like the same thing the Negro males are doing. It just looks childish. I see the Negro complaining about, well, she said, like, boy, she said about her, and she living her best life because she's married to a white man, and this, like, that don't matter. It don't matter. Like, the white woman is jealous of you. She was mostly the slaveholder in this country. She was mostly the slave. She owned most of the slaves in this country. That 14th Amendment that she used, that was for you to be a citizen of this country, and for your right to sue and petition a court for your rights. That white woman who was a slave holder, a slave master, used that, okay, so she can get an abortion. You understand what I'm saying? She got mad when her husband went and raped you, raped Mammy. She was mad about that. She wasn't mad at her husband. She was mad at Mammy for being raped, for being desirable to her husband. Okay. Yeah, and that shit is just so childish. All it does is just, it just feed into the stereotype that black people got a low IQ. Like, your feelings are hurt. Somebody gotta say something to you to feel good. Like, and it's just a mess. They be out here roasting for what? Like, you roasting, and these people conquered us. Like, these people conquered us. What do you look like trying to fucking roast somebody? That's what they call it now, because I'm old school. I say dirty dozens. But what the fuck does it look like you out here trying to goddamn roast somebody who fucking conquered you? Whether you a Negro male or Negro female, we all fucking conquered. We living under the thumb of our white gods, basically. We are living under the thumb of our white gods. If our white gods said we could eat, then we could eat. If our white gods say we can't eat, then we out here eating each other. What? What? We all under the thumb. We can't leave, we can't go anywhere on this planet except for Japan and China and escape the rule of the white gods. Okay? We can't do that. We can't go anywhere and escape that shit. We all fucked up. So it don't make it just look just as childish as these dumb Negro males just out here roasting. You roasted somebody that fucking conquered you. Well, you out here roasting the one that gave birth to the person that fucking conquered you. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that look? Not only did she give birth to the person that conquered you, but you know, she more than likely owned your ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that look like? Like, stop it. Stop being triggered. Stop being triggered by these women, and just know that you're the mother of humanity, and that they're jealous of you. You're the mother of humanity. Everybody is trying to imitate you. Even the LGBTQRSVU people, all of them are imitating black women. You got white LGBTQRSVU people out here trying to act like a black woman. Come on, everybody is imitating you. Everybody is imitating you while they trying to bring down your self-esteem and tell you that you're not shit. Exactly. Strong and humble. It's just like that. A serf trying to insult the king. Exactly. And his queen. Like that, like they're not they are not like, as a matter of fact, they get off on that energy that you give when you out here trying to roast them, because they know, because even if you're doing that, they know that you're bothered by it. You understand what I'm saying? Strong and humble. You're so right, because they know that you're bothered by it. It's like I said before. If I know that there was somebody that I don't like, and especially not even that I don't like, because I really don't give a fuck. Like, I'm telling y'all, the only people that I am responsible for are those who truly love me. And at this moment, those who truly love me, I gave birth to. Those are the only ones that I'm responsible to. Okay? Those are the only ones like I'm really responsible to. And to be totally honest, those are the only ones whose opinions I would give a fuck about. You understand what I'm saying? They the only ones whose opinions I would literally give a fuck about. But nobody, I'm telling you, I couldn't give a fuck what anybody thought about me or anything. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna lose any sleep if you don't like me. I'm not gonna lose. Let me tell you something. I sleep so good, I be fucking drooling. Drool. I wake up with the fucking dried up drool on the side of my motherfucking mouth. That's how good I sleep. So I don't care. Like, if you don't like me, like, that's like really your problem. You're the one that's not losing, that's not sleeping good. You're the one that's losing sleep over hating me, boy. I tell you, because I'm sleeping good. But yeah, that's the same thing. It's like that, and they know that shit. They know that shit. So they'll say something to irk you, and then like you're using all of your energy to roast them. Like, they're vamping your energy. Not only are they vamping your energy, but they're hurting your feelings. And like I said, I couldn't give a fuck what nobody think about me. But if I knew that there was, like, I've been a bitch like that sometimes. Like, I knew there was somebody for some whatever their problem was, they didn't like me, and I would just do some shit that I know would really fucking bother them. Like, I would sit next to them, and like if we was in public, I would just squeeze my ass in between them, and somebody would just sit there and don't even say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Piss them the fuck off. I know they got to go back talking about me. You know what I'm saying? But shit, I don't really care. And I know I do that because I know it bothers them. Emotions is nothing but, you got to break down that word. Emotions is nothing but energy and motion. Emotion is nothing but energy and motion. That's all it is. And you got to be, there's nothing wrong with having emotions, but you have to, you have to you just have to you just got to be disciplined. There's nothing wrong with your emotions. I'm not trying to say like be like Mr. Spock, from Star Trek. There's nothing wrong with having emotions. You just have to be wise with it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, emotions is good, but it's not good when people are using it to like vamp your energy. It's not good. So, because I saw somebody do a video the other day about some white woman that was going off on a black woman who is married to a white man, and the white woman is obviously DMing this woman and harassing her. She's like, she's just harassing her, calling her all kinds of names and stuff like that. But the black woman now, she didn't like respond. The only way she responded was like, just leave me alone. Why she doesn't block her, I don't know. She refused to give the lady's name out or anything, but then at the same time, she wants help in finding out where the lady is so that she can press charges on her. Well, like, how do you think the internet is going to find out who she is if you don't give her a name? You show her picture, but child, I don't know, just block the girl. Just block the girl and let her just, be envious and lose sleep. Just block the girl. If you're not even going to give her name for people to help you, why bother? Just block her. Just shut her down. But you can't be jealous. I mean, you can't let that get to you, because these women already know that we're the mother of humanity, and they're mad at you, and they're going to be mad at you, especially if their men desire you. And remember, just because somebody desires you don't mean that they value you, but still. Just because these men desire you, they hate you for that. And that's been ever since slavery, when we were only considered like, 3/5 of a human being. She was like, how the hell can this man be attracted to this thing that's not even fully human? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But shit, boy, I tell you. So nobody don't want to come up? I've been running my mouth here for 4 hours. But yeah, all of that's coming. No more gay rights, no more interracial rights, no more contraception. And that's because they base all of that on the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment, which was for the slaves, to make the slaves citizens of this country and give them the right to sue or petition a court. And remember, I said in my last video that lawsuits is a very American thing. I think I said that in my last video. Something just came up. I'm gonna just go ahead and get off this live. Yeah, you don't. You don't. You don't. But I'm gonna get off in a few minutes. But that's yeah, that shit is crazy. So, but I don't care, because I'm not really affected by it. And then my son, I already told him that I didn't want no grandchildren reared here in this country. So, if they felt like they couldn't do what they got to do to click the link, strong and humble, click the link. If they can't do what they got to do to leave this country and rear their children somewhere else, like get a vasectomy. That's it. Hey, Miss Sunset,
Hey, how you doing?
let me mute me.
Huh?
I'm gonna mute me so don't. Oh, where you go? I just muted me. Um, turn your turn your camera off. Turn your camera off.
Can you hear? Oh, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you, but I'm gonna mute
My
myself.
bad. I hit the wrong button. I'm trying to get my dinner done.
No, I'm muting myself, so it won't be no echo. Go
Oh,
ahead.
shoot. Uh, That's crazy. I agree with you that this abortion stuff is for white women. These folks is really worried about being the minority in this country. It's really crazy. I know it's about to be a mess in the judicial system. I just think it's just gonna cause a whole like another civil war in America with all the stuff that's gonna unravel because of this. I'm just watching to see what happens. I think I'm gonna look for somewhere else to live as well. I don't think I want to stay here. That's pretty much all I got to say about it. It's crazy out here. I also wonder. I do. I wonder what they gonna do with what they gonna find out if they pursue it. What they gonna do with contraception? Because if I'm not mistaken, contraception originally was legalized for married couples. So I just wonder if that's going to if they gonna take it all the way away, and then what are you supposed to do? Not have sex in your marriage if you don't want any more children?
Hello?
Uh huh. Did you hear
Okay,
me?
are you talking about those people that were married and had to sue the court in order to use birth control?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I forgot what state that happened in, but yeah, that was like in the 60s, right?
Yeah. So that was the beginning of
Yeah, they're gonna,
contraception.
I'm sorry, but they're gonna stop birth control. They're gonna stop. As a matter of fact, that was the first thing that Clarence Thomas said that they should look at. It was in that order: contraceptives, um, gay sex, and gay marriage. It was in that order.
That
But
is
I already
crazy.
said they was coming after the contraceptive. I said that in my Kevin Samuels live. I already knew that. I was like, that's coming next. Once, cause look, yeah, that's coming next. Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
that's even going to be that's even going to be illegal for married couples.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
concerned about. Because they're gonna make married folks stop having sex. Nobody want to risk having no baby. Children are expensive.
Yeah, but you know, those white people that they want to have babies, they can afford those children. They can afford to have those children.
What about the regular citizens that can't afford to have 10 children?
They not worried about them people.
Mm, mm,
They
mm.
not worried about nobody else. That's what I thought before, that maybe not enough of the, the lower status white people in the Bible Belt were having enough money. But come to find out, somebody who works in that in their demographic, but with the drug addicted people, they're white and black, but they're white and having babies,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, it's I don't think they want uh lower lesser like white people status.
Have you
It's
seen?
kind of crazy because I'm here in New York, and I know, like I said before, through my New York history, um it's like I said in my New York history, like Jewish people do not consider themselves white. White people were considered the Europeans that came over here and colonized, like the British. The Because this is a colony. If you go to England today, they'll be like, "Oh, you from the colonies?" Like, yeah, they consider the states a colony. They were considered white. From what I learned in history, they consider themselves to be like, the upper echelon of like their European race. All other Europeans, according to them, are barbarians. Like, so if you French, you barbarian. If you Greek, you barbarian. If you Polish, you barbarian. If you Spanish, you barbarian. You know, every place except for Italy, Norway, you know, just those few. But for the most part, when they came over here and colonized, they were the white people. And the Dutch people built Harlem. They were the white people. They built Harlem. And when I learned in the history, when the Irish people and the Italian people were coming over here, were migrating here or immigrating here, the Dutch people left Harlem. Like they were okay living amongst American Negroes. It was the Irish and the Italian people they didn't want to live next to. And they left Harlem. They actually left Harlem for that reason. Not because black people actually built Harlem for the Dutch, but they also lived in Harlem with the Dutch. And when the Italians and the Irish started coming in, they got ghosts. They got ghosts. So they considered the Italian and the Irish like the lesser, you know, like lesser people.
Right.
And that's pretty much what this is here. Like the conservative people, they're supposed to be the upper people, and like the white people, like we call like trailer trash and white trash and stuff like that, and living in the Bible Belt, they're supposed to be the lesser people. Even though those lesser white people got more money than the average black person with a college degree, you understand what I'm saying? They're considered still the lesser people of their kind. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's just crazy. They're having babies, but their babies are being born to drug addicts now. That opium and fentanyl is a big problem. I didn't really realize it until that young lady told me about it.
Oh
It's
yeah, white
really a
folks
big
is having to
problem.
raise their grandbabies now.
Yeah.
It was a couple that lived next door to me. The husband was in his 70s and the wife was in her 50s, and they were raising a 9-year-old grandson. When I tell you that
What?
little boy was hell on wheels, that lady came over here and asked me to help her fix her grandchild. So I had to give him some of this good old Negro magic and get his ass in line. But yeah, they raising their grandchildren now.
And they
Mm.
that old?
Huh?
Yeah, yeah. White people live a long time. They get good health care. What you talking about?
Yeah.
They get good health care. They get the best.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why I'm an advocate for preventative medicine. Yeah, they get the best health care. They live a long time. They do.
But like what you said about the Dutch leaving, Thomas Sowell, that's one of the premises in the stuff he writes and he talks about. Cause he say a lot of the culture that black folks adopt as culture is old Irish pole trash culture.
Wait,
Like
What we
that's
call hood culture.
who wrote about that?
Thomas Sowell.
Oh, I never heard about him. Put that
He's
in the
not the
chat.
first to say that. Well, he's not the only
Oh, but
one,
I'm
I
I'm
mean.
sure
Put
he's
that in the
not.
chat.
It's just that's just somebody that I've been introduced here in recent months, and I was like, oh wow, that's interesting. And then to hear Champagne say what she just said, I was like, well, I guess that man was right.
Yeah, I read that in the history books in New York. Yeah, and I was even surprised. I just read that too, maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. I was surprised when I read that too. I was like, wow, that really blew my mind. Like really, like the Dutch people lived here with American Negroes, and they got mad when the when the Italians and Irish were coming. Like, nah, we ain't living next to these barbarians. I'm out. You can have this place. That's basically what they did. They left Harlem to the blacks.
People got to
Yup.
realize also that Europeans have history and they know each other's history. Like the English say, don't mess with them Jews, or the Italians say they don't mess with them Irish. They know each other's history.
Yeah, that's what I tried to bring up in the last live. Juneteenth, I'm not black no more. The last live, I tried to bring that up. Like because Dr. John Henry Clark always said that, you know, it's not Black history, it's about world history, right? And you got to know what was going on in the rest of the world while, you know, whatever was happening on the continent of Africa, and we were being sold over here. So I did go into that. I went into how the mother of humanity was taken off of her pedestal, and the white woman was put on her pedestal. You know, after they took down the mother of humanity, then they put the white woman, they replaced the white woman with the mother of humanity, put her on a pedestal. But even still, she's still trying to imitate us. And not only is she trying to imitate us, but all the people in the LGBTQISPU are imitating us. So it's still about the mother of humanity. But even with that happening, with them Africans selling us, because I don't care what nobody said, ain't no 50 Europeans going to them jungles of Africa and drag out millions of motherfucking Black people and sold them into slavery. It just didn't get down. It didn't happen like that. And I had to go into Queen Nzinga and how she cursed all the African men and called them cowards and all kinds of names, because it was her, and they called the Amazons her women warriors that were fighting off the Portuguese. She had a whole military base on the damn beach, so she could start whipping their ass as soon as she saw them on them boats coming over here. She didn't let them get past that beach. And she was going off on all the men that was selling us into slavery. She was going off on her men, the other nation or tribal men. She was cursing all of them. And the Portuguese chopped her head off. But like I said, I'm glad they ain't chopped her head off before she spit on her husband and told him off. But yeah, it wasn't no damn 50 no 50 Europeans that went into Africa and brought millions, and a lot of Africans ended up in the damn bottom of the ocean, of the Atlantic Ocean, because a lot of them committed suicide. They just jumped off the damn boat, and some of them with their babies. And the ones that ended up coming over here and still alive, like the first one on my mama's side, whose name we got, who's recorded in the Library of Congress, the ones that actually came over here and was still alive endured. And that's why I'm here today, because they endured and they was resilient. And that's why I am here today, popping all this shit that I'm popping, because my slave ancestors were resilient. Not only did they make it across here alive, but they were resilient, and I'm here today. But it was a whole lot going on in Europe too, when they came over here. When, you know, I discussed that with the Moors, giving them the maps and navigating the ships for them to get over here, because there were Africans over here already. There were already brown people over here in North America, Central America, where the people call Caribbean, and in South America. And I remember one of the elder women in the community would talk about that, and she would say that the people that y'all consider to be Native Americans today, the red people, they were considered pretty much just like the Dutch considered the Irish and the fucking Italians barbarians. They were considered barbarians. That's why they was roaming up and down both the continents, because nobody would allow them to stay in their community or their tribe or whatever. Their community. I like to say their community. Nobody would allow them to stay in the community. So they had to keep moving. They had to be nomadic, just like the Moors in Africa, no different. And the Moors exist because they are a band of criminals that were exiled from their community. And in Africa, there was no jail, there was no death penalty. And the only thing that these people were scared of were magic. And if they did anything that, you know, the oracles and the mothers who ran the community was ran by women. If they did anything that the oracles, the sibyls, the witches couldn't control their behavior, they was exiled out of the community, because that was worse than death, cutting off their roots. And I believe that's what they did. That was their intention when they sold us over here to the white man. They exiled us from our community to cut off our roots. And then you got all these black people over here, don't know where they come from, don't care, think slavery was a joke, don't care, don't know where they come from, don't know who their father is, don't know who their grandparents is, don't know who their great grandparents are, don't care, just here existing. You know, and then as soon as somebody be like, yeah, you know, let's go to Africa, you know, they all with the dashiki and all of this shit, because they've been cut off their roots. Somebody gotta mute their mic. Okay. They've been cut off their roots. You know? And I think that was intentional. And all of them band up, they were the Moors. I said that in my last video. Y'all got to watch the last video. But what was happening in Europe was about to populate the New World, because they didn't call it America then. And America is named after an Italian dude. They didn't call it America then. They called it the New World. And people were, the criminals had a choice. Either they go to the prisons in London or they can go to the New World. And all of the people in the prisons in London were mostly poor people that couldn't eat, because the system was very feudal. Okay, healing arts. Oh, okay. The system, it was very feudal in Europe. The only people who were eating were the royalty. The kings, the queens, the dukes, the duchess, the barons, the lords, the ladies, the earls, they were the only ones eating. And as a matter of fact, like I explained what a landlord is and how we got that, the landlord is the person you pay rent to. Well, it was the same way in Europe. The people who had these titles were not allowed to work. You know, their money was old money and was handed down generation. They didn't have no jobs. All they had was a title. Well, I explained this, but this was going on in Europe. The money, the wealth was passed down a lot of times through the women. And a lot of times these men with these titles, they wasn't high value men. they just had a title of Duke, Lord, Earl, you know, Marquis. They just had a title. They wasn't high value. They didn't have any money. They would get their money from marrying a woman who was in the noble class and who had her inheritance passed down to her, because once she had her inheritance and got married, it belonged to the man, because it was like it was his property. Whatever her property was, when he married her, it became his property. It became his property. This was how the Europeans worked. So I don't want to hear all that shit about no goddamn high value men, because a lot of them didn't even have no jobs. They couldn't even work and they were broke. And they married women, white women or European women with noble titles to gain access to wealth. That's what they did. And the rest of the people who couldn't eat, you know, if they was lucky enough to get the lord and lady, would be their title, meant that they own land. And they could rent their land to the serfs and the peasants. You know, so the peasants would build on their land. Not only would they build the house, but they would farm the land, and they would have to pay rent for living and farming on the land. And most of that still went to the lord or lady, into their pocket. And even the people who was doing this still could barely fucking eat. They could barely fucking eat because taxes was high. These people were lords and ladies. You know, they needed to live they high life. They high value life. You know what I'm saying? Well, I tell you.
Say, let me say something real quick. Huh?
Wait, what you say?
Nah, I want to say you made me think. You think this is why a lot of white people talk about freedom and they're against hierarchies because of their history, especially in England?
No, white people, Europeans don't believe in freedom. They get liberty. They don't like freedom is for slaves and serfs. They are liberty. They are libertarians. They are into the liberty of doing whatever the fuck they want to do, when they want to do it, how they want to do it. Freedom doesn't give you those same options. Freedom doesn't give you those same options. The only options freedom gives you is, just to exist. That's it. You're free to exist. That's what you're free to do. You're free to exist. You're free to have sex with men if you want. You're free to get an abortion, but you're not at liberty to do it. You're not at liberty to do it. And by being at liberty to do something means that being at liberty to do something means that there is no hierarchy to tell you what you can or can't do. Because even when you're free, you still got people telling you what you can and can't do. But liberty is different. They just want the liberty, not freedom. So yeah, it's real different. Miss Sunkiss?
You asked me if I still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here. I know you don't watch much TV, but have you seen or read The Handmaid's Tale?
Yeah, I seen when it first came out a few years ago. That was a while ago, right?
Yeah, it's about.
I seen the first series, but it just got a little too. I just couldn't.
Yeah, it got real crazy.
Yeah, it did. It was too much. I was like, I can't. But that's how it's gonna end up being.
That's what I was wanting to ask you about, because this looks like the beginning of that. And I was like, oh, this is and no, the crazy part is they did all of this to these women, and still the men weren't happy, and neither were the women.
Yeah.
Everybody's just miserable.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I think it's about to be like that again, though, or like in that movie. And I noticed that like even before they made the abortion on the 14th Amendment, even before that, it was the duty of the white woman to get married and have children. That was like their duty. Like I was explaining with the European people and them not really being high value men, them just having a title with no money, and the wealth came down from the European women. That's who had the wealth.
Yeah, because that's why they would marry.
Huh?
I said that's why they would marry and merge kingdoms and stuff to keep the money going.
Yeah,
and you could only do so through the women.
Would automatically pass to the man. It would be his property. So they wasn't even high value. You understand?
Right,
because you couldn't be high value without the European woman. And even then, it was her duty, which means basically it was law, to bear children.
Yeah.
That was like her job. Her job was to get a husband and bear children, and that was it. And if if all she ever did in her life was bear children, that's all she would need to do. Basically, she ain't need to do shit else. Like she ain't need to do shit else. And her husband was at liberty to have sex with his wife whenever he wanted to make sure she bore children. He was at liberty to do that. He ain't had no, it wasn't no freedom. He wasn't free to do that. He was at liberty to take his wife whenever he wanted to make sure she did her job. And even still, if she, for some reason, she couldn't have children, because, you know, a lot of times they blame the woman, but it could have really been something wrong with the men. You get what I'm saying? Like, that was grounds to divorce her.
Yep.
That was grounds to divorce her because she couldn't so-called have any children. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what was going on in the Handmaid's Tale. They were blaming it on the women, but most of the men were infertile.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And the
And
women
then,
who couldn't have the babies were jealous.
yep.
They were very
Yep.
jealous, and they
And
treated the
them
mothers
other
who
women
gave the
horribly.
birth just like they treated, well, probably they were kinder to them, but like in slavery, in American slavery, I'm talking about.
Yep.
Treated them just like that. You know what I'm saying? Even though the slaves women were treated worse, but you know, it was close to it. The way they damaged them women psychologically, you know, mentally, physically, raping them. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then expecting her to do this, you know, so she can have, it was the same way in U.S. slavery. It was the same way. And then once she gave birth to that baby, snatch that baby.
Yep.
Snatch that baby from them.
It's really crazy, and it looked like, you know, they tell you what they gonna do before they do it.
I can't remember. Yeah, they do. They really do. And that's why I said I don't see these white men taking this lightly. Like, I don't see these white men taking it lightly. I really do believe that they will resort to R wording these white women.
Right.
I really believe that. I really believe they will resort to that in order to maintain their existence, because ever since their inception, they have been very adamant about existing. Now, they are the youngest beings on the planet, but ever since the beginning of their inception, they have been very adamant about existing and keeping their existence. And one thing I've noticed when looking in their history, they do not play where that's concerned. They do not play where that's concerned. They do not play.
They don't play with what?
With making sure that they exist.
Oh, okay.
However they exist or wherever they exist. They don't play where that's concerned. They don't play games with that. And their history shows that.
They don't. I mean, it's pretty obvious based on all the stuff that's been going on. I'm just like, oh, this is really crazy. You take away abortion, oh, it's on from there. It's about to be a whole mess.
Yeah,
I'm just mind my business though. I just live here.
It is.
The R word. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's savage way of thinking.
You said it's a savage way of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, if that they'll resort to something like that just to increase their numbers. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, that's been historically the thing. You can even see that in the Bible. They go in there and rape them women and take them prisoners, and will make the men prisoners if they don't kill them. Then they rape the women or make them and make them part of their families and take the children. And sometimes they'll kill the male children as well, because a male child is a threat to their version of patriarchy. So we're gonna kill him, kill you, and take your women.
Yup, that's basically how they do. And their whole history says that. Their whole history says that. But in that show, The Handmaid's Tale, yeah. They will resort to that shit. They wrote a book about it. It's called The Handmaid's Tale. Then they made a TV show about that shit.
Yeah, I want to get the book.
Not only that though, Miss Sunkiss, they also did plenty of end of the world apocalypse movies around 10 years ago where they would show like, you know, it's only 2 of them left, and they take this woman and be like, yo, we need to procreate. It's only 2 of us left. Yeah, I've seen a lot of movies like that.
And then a lot of times one of the people would be black.
No, in these movies I saw, it's just only white people that survive. Because, you know, they the superior race. So, you know, it got to be only them that survive. But when they do survive, it might be like 3 dudes and 4 women, and they're going to use those women for procreation. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like that zombie movie they did. Well, I don't want to call her black. She was biracial, but they kidnapped her too. Kidnapped her and a little girl. It was going to use them both to make babies. But the girl wasn't fully black. She was biracial. I think it was that movie 31 Days or 32 Weeks. It's one of them zombie movies. And that was a porno movie. I think they made that one in the UK. Yeah, but they show that all the time. Like, but I mean, like, look what they did here. They conquered and they raped, and they still continue to do it. Like, it's nothing. Like, you still have African males sex trafficking they women to European countries to be sex trafficked. I heard France was a big deal. Like, a lot of them was getting caught up in France. Yeah, but it's just crazy. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess. But I can't say I feel sorry for anybody because I don't think they should have used that anyway. I don't think they should have used what was meant for American Negroes who still didn't even get their reparations. And you trying to get rights so you can, you know, have abortion, take contraception, have sex with a man, get married to a woman, you know, shit like that. Like, what the fuck?
Yep.
Like, what the fuck?
I was trying to figure out when gay rights became civil rights. I was like, man, what the hell is going on with that? That don't make no sense. It's like they done just coveted everything that we done worked for. So they own interest and everything. I was like, this is terrible.
Well, I like how they totally skipping over that all of those rights that they had was based on the rights of slavery, being made citizens. They just totally skip over that. Like, I'm like, do they not know, or they just don't want to talk about it? Like, they don't want to talk about reparations.
They don't want to talk about it because don't nobody want to pay what's owed. They're going to ignore that as long as they can, which is why I wish more people would listen to Yvette and learn how to practice utilizing the government, us peoples.
Yeah, and there was in 1866, there was a Civil Rights Act in 1866, and actually, I think it was Time Warner actually used that against a Negro male who was trying to buy who was suing in Supreme Court about discrimination because he was black and he had the cash to buy some radio station or some TV station, and they literally didn't sell it to him because he was black. And then I think he got married to a white woman after that, and I think he did the bankroll. And once he got married to that white woman, everything was good. He was able to buy the news station. I can't remember this dude's name, but he owns the Weather Channel. He owns the Weather Channel now. He was trying to buy it.
Bald-headed guy.
What's his name?
What was his name? Damn, I forgot. I think it's Brian or Byron. I can't remember.
Yeah, Byron. Let me ask my hood. What's that dude name? Bald headed millionaire guy, Byron. Going with the P, talk to him all the time. Millionaire, black guy.
Yeah, they
No.
not trying to be without that power into it.
Didn't Tone interview him
Yeah,
before?
Antonio Moore did interview him. He did interview him. That was when they wouldn't sell him the station. And then I think after that he got married to that white woman and they sold that station. And I think that's only because it's like I said before, you know, that wealth is gonna go with her and her biracial children who look like they could pass for white. You know, if anything happened to him, you know, but he tried to sue. He tried to sue. He did sue. He went to the Supreme Court. I think it was Time Warner that he tried to sue because they was discriminating against him. They wouldn't give him any business. Now that he got the TV station, they won't give him no business. So he went to sue on basis of race. But what they did was they turned around and used the Civil Rights Act of 1866 that was for us, and they turned around and used that against him or something like that. They made it like where he couldn't use that act. Something happened, but basically,
Byron Allen.
huh?
Byron Allen.
Yeah, Byron Allen. Basically, what that did was that kind of like overturned the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
They're snatching it all up. Just craziness, man.
Yeah, it is. It is. But yeah, that's what them men do. And yeah, I have a feeling that they're just going to be all over it on white women like that. Because like I said back then, you know, while they was colonizing America, that was their duty to have babies. And they didn't have to do nothing else. They didn't have to do anything else but have babies. And once they did that, that was it. That was all they had to do. That was all they had to do. So basically, Europe sent all the poor people over here, and all the poor people, the serfs and the slaves, came over here. And you know, they wasn't even allowed to learn how to read. So that's another thing that they inherited, you know, with their slave culture in the U.S. In Europe, you know, they were poor and serfs and slaves. They came over here and became new money. So if y'all know anything about new money and old money, y'all know that old money don't really like new money, right? So anyway, and they was trying to be like them where they couldn't be like them. But they came over here and they was new money. And it was like they brought the same culture and made it into slave culture where the slaves couldn't learn how to read. It's because they didn't even know how to read. They couldn't even in Europe, when they was in Europe, it was against the law. The only thing that they could learn how to read was the Bible. That was it. And then not even a whole Bible, like just certain passages in the Bible that would fit the narrative of the ruling class. You know what I'm saying? But that was it. They couldn't go to school. They didn't have no, you had to be rich to go to school, have money. I think they made education for everybody. Like, was it in the 1800s in the US?
I'm not sure. Uh-oh.
When it became mandatory, I'm looking right now. Because they even when they came over here, they couldn't read. So they was illiterate, getting all of this money off of slaves. It was their children, you know, that went to school and was learning and getting an education, because at that point they could pay for it. This thing is just, my internet is just fucking up. Okay, so New York was kind of late to follow. That surprised me. But I'm guessing back in like 1852, it was like mandatory in certain states for all the children to go to school. That was like
Okay.
the poor people, and the poor people would be like the overseers' children, the overseers who was looking after the slaves. But the slave masters, they came over here illiterate, and because they was able to get rich off of the cotton, their children was able to get an education. That's what happened. They sent their children back to Europe to get educated. That's what they did. They sent their children back to Europe to get educated. And if they didn't send them to Europe to get educated, they had private tutors. They were homeschooled, but they were homeschooled with private tutors from Europe, is what I'm saying. But the first people that came over here, they were illiterate. They were illiterate. So they got that from their own culture when they wasn't allowed to learn how to read. The slaves wasn't allowed to learn how to read.
It's crazy. I always wondered, like, you look back at Black history and they would talk about all the
That
education.
was not long.
I was wondering how all these people, Black folk, was going to Europe for their um college degrees. So I guess that's just what you did back then.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
I
I
said
was
when I would
distracted.
be looking at Black history, I always wondered how all these Black people were getting their college degrees from Europe, former slaves and all that. I was like, what is going on with that?
I muted myself. Are you talking about the Creole people in New Orleans, or are you talking about the freedmen, the people of the freedmen?
I guess they was free, but I like what is some of these people names? I got to remember some names.
Well, if it's
But
like
just
the
like
freedmen, yeah, they were able to do that. They were able to go to like other countries and get educated. Why they would want to come back to America, I don't know. But then again, back then they were racemen. So back then they felt like when they got an education, it was to like help the entire race or people in, the Negro Americans. That it was supposed to be based on that. And a lot of them did, come back and they would teach. They would have like little Negro schools where they would teach other freed children or other children of freed men.
okay.
But the ones in New Orleans, like those were like concubines. The Creole people, they were like concubines. They were concubines to Frenchmen. That was before and after the Louisiana Purchase. They were concubines to Frenchmen. Um, the more closer to white they looked, the better chance they had of being sold. and they were like sold into like, because these Frenchmen, you know, they were very well to do. They had, you know, their European families or their French families, whether it was on a plantation somewhere in America. They didn't live in New Orleans. What they would do is they would come down to New Orleans for these balls that the concubines would have, and then from these balls they would get to pick and choose which exotic concubine they wanted. Then they would set her up in a house in New Orleans, and with a stipend. She would get a stipend. She would have his biracial babies, and she would get a stipend for that. Like, she would be taken care of. She would, all she had to do was like the European woman was just have, you know, children. But even though these children, unless they look very close to white, they couldn't really go out into the world like that. If they didn't look very close to white, they would, you know, stuck around themselves. They would call them mulattoes and quadroons. You know,
that's
but some of them, you know, some of them did get to go to Europe or France for an education or whatever, but they still had to live like the Negro life. That's why I don't understand when Beyonce be bragging about her Creole mama and her Creole grandmama, and like she be saying it like, you know, like it's a prize and shit. But that's exactly how it was back then. When they were concubines, it was a prize. It was like a prize to be a concubine of the white French slave master. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the way she talks about it, like, yeah, I'm Creole, I'm a Creole. I'm like, if people only know they're that close to slavery, and she's over here saying that she is, but nobody really know what the hell she's talking about. You know, I mean, I even wonder if she know what the hell she talking about.
I don't think so. You know, I think they just going with the she light skin and pretty narrative.
Yeah,
I don't think they.
But yeah, that's what it was. The whiter they looked, the more better chance they had of getting sponsored for. That's what they used to call it. Like, you were being prostituted out and sold as a concubine, but you know that was their sponsor. Their sponsor all their bills, buy all their pretty dresses. They eat good food, better than the rest of the Negroes that were still slaves. You know what I'm saying? And all of that. Yeah, they had privileges, and they literally had their own community. They had their own community in into it, light skin privilege. Yeah, they literally had their own community in Louisiana, New Orleans. They had their own community. That madam, she came from that community. The one that I can't remember her name, but the voodoo lady.
Marie Laveau.
Yeah, she's from that community. She either, maybe her mother was one of the concubines, and she was the daughter of a concubine of one of the slave masters, but she's from that community. Did she ever have any children? I don't think she had any children. I don't think she sold herself like that. But it was expected of them to do that, especially if they looked, you know, most close to white. It was expected. Like, the mothers would like sell them off. Like,
wow.
Real. Yeah. So it was a lot going. It was a lot going on with these Europeans, and when you know they had all the slaves over here, they didn't want them to learn how to read and did inhumane stuff to them because they literally believed, you know. First of all, I think that they already knew that the men were weak because, you know, of what happened, how they got them to begin with. It was other men that sold them. And like I said, all the people who are running all of those countries right now in Africa, they are not descendants of royalty. They are literally the descendants of murderous
criminals,
thieves. Yeah, murderous thieves, because they killed all the kings. And they sold the wives they sold the concubines, they sold the children of the wives and concubines, they sold the servants, and then they served anybody in the community that was loyal to them. So if you was loyal to them, you was just as good as gone. You had to go. And the people who took over were the ones that did all the killing and murdering of the kings and selling everybody. Those are the ones who took over. And those are the ones who are running now. Those are their descendants who are running all of them countries right now in Africa. Those are their descendants. And you want to know what they do? They know that they shit is so fucked up over there. They, even to this day, they'll send their own kids into Europe, over here to America for a better life. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, Marie Laveau had 15 children. She sold herself twice.
Oh, okay. Okay. She was from that community.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. She was from that community. Yep.
Yep. She married she was married to Jacques Paris, and then she had a domestic partnership with a nobleman of French descent. They had 15 children. So she ain't marrying. They just live together.
Wow.
They was shacking up.
Yeah, that's what they did. They couldn't marry back then because it was against the law. Even if you was biracial, it was the one drop rule. It was against the law to marry a black person. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
It was against the law to do that. So that's what they did. They pretty much sponsored these women. They didn't marry them because they had their own white wives and their own family. They just came, when they traveled for business, these women were here, to fulfill their lustful desires, basically. And they were taken care of for doing that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They were put up in a house and everything. They were put up in a nice house and was given a monthly stipend, money to spend every month. Yeah. Wow. Into it. I'm not surprised.
Okay. I'm gonna hop down so I can feed these
I'm
folks
not
in this house.
surprised. A Jewish man who has 6 black concubines, because I told you, hey, these women talking about they married to white men. They not married to no white men. Don't no white men want them like that unless they're gonna be a concubine. You know what I'm saying? Or get $20. Like I said earlier, get $20. Give them $20. Yeah, he had, and wow. On his property in a separate house, they all had children by him. His wife lived in a house. He left them, and the children of the wife took it all. Yup. Yeah, them Negroes wasn't gonna get all of that. That's how it happens in New Orleans too, with the concubines. It was the same way. And they would always make sure that the men was happy because they didn't want anything happening to them. Because once anything happened to that man, the Creoles was fucked up. They had no more income coming in. All right, Miss Sunbit Booth. Yeah, Miss Sunkiss Booth. I remember that was Miss Sunkiss Booth. Okay, I feel you. Go feed them babies. Okay. I should probably do the same. But yeah, that was the same thing, Miss Intuit, with the women. Yeah, they not getting no money. Like, you better hope these men don't go nowhere, because they not leaving you anything. They not leaving you anything. Yup, he has 6 concubines. They were probably taken care of real good too while he was alive. They was probably taken real good care of. Yeah, that's just crazy. But wow, it's been 5 hours. I've never been on a live this damn long. But I'm just glad I came on today, because I had to wait for everything else to happen. Me too, into it. So the all of these rights was based on rights for slaves, and now nobody will be able to sue or petition the court for a right to abort. That rhymes. I wasn't meaning to rhyme, but that rhymes. And I'm sorry, but I just don't feel sorry. I just don't feel sorry. I'm good. I'm so good. All right, y'all. So I'm just going to call it a day. I'm going to call it a night. So everybody stay safe. Remember, you shouldn't be in competition with nobody. And the only person you got to be better than is the person that you was yesterday. That's it. You know, fuck everybody else. You know, stay out of that nonsense. Just be better than the person you was today. All right. So everybody take care. And I'll talk to you soon. Later.